children, all the way to shelling of civilians. And we understand how many casualties are there in Ukraine now, and how they abuse our prisoners of war, violating all the Geneva Convention principles. That's why we have to concentrate our efforts now. And just like the Ukrainian military who fought the Nazism in the Second World War, likewise, our military now are making the civilized, independent choice for the whole Europe. We all have to remember that Ukraine made a huge contribution in the fight against fascism and played a very important role in the victory in the Second World War. When we speak about our civilizational choice now, we all know that it is promulgated in our Constitution. The accession to the European Union and NATO. And this is a very important component of our security paradigm. And I believe that for us today, it's crucial to remember that from July 2022, the European flag is flying in the Ukrainian parliament. Starting from the 1991, when the Ukrainian flag was brought into the parliament, now there are two. These flags are flying proudly in our parliament, symbolizing our independent and sovereign choice and the values that we defend. When we speak about NATO, we understand that there is no alternative to NATO if we speak about our security. It may be debatable, but one way or another we can say that no matter how somebody are trying to twist our arms, but our way to peace lies through the road to NATO, one way or another. We, Ukraine, have given the whole Europe and NATO 3 years for preparation. Did they use those 3 years effectively? I don't think so. And the last 3 years show us a lot of lost opportunities. If on the first day of the full-scale invasion, the whole world accumulated their efforts against Russia, if on the very first day we were given all the weapons that Ukraine needed at that time, a lot of things would not have happened. Suffice it to mention the Bucharest summit in 2008, when Ukraine had a real chance to embark upon the road of membership to NATO. That would have changed a lot of things if that happened. We understand that without NATO's assistance, we would not be able to carry on the battlefield. That's why I would like on behalf of myself and the Parliament to thank all our partners, all the NATO allies who help us to withstand this in this terrible war. Thank you. But the way I see it, all those lost opportunities show the weakness of European institutions, apart from other things, and the weakness of the general position of NATO. Why am I saying this? Just because I believe that the way to peace in Ukraine lies through strength. If Hungary is twisting our arms now, the European Union and NATO should understand how they can counter the threat which is occurring now in the European community. A case in point is the picture of Moscow now, who came to attend their parade, and the leaders of the Slovak Republic and Hungary are taking part in the parade of this satanic frenzy of Victory Day in Russia. Europe should understand all the threats to its unity. And when we speak about the actions of the European Union, and this also is related to a fair punishment of the aggressor, and we should say that the what was announced by Kaja Kallas, that there probably would be a tribunal against Russia on the basis of the European Union. I think this is a crucial point which opens up a way for the European Union to pool their efforts in support of Ukraine. As regards NATO per se, I would like to point out two important things. First of all, about the responsibility of NATO. When we speak about responsibility, this is largely about enlargement. And we know that in its history, when NATO wanted to expand its possibilities and opportunities, Sweden and Finland acceded in 1952. Turkey joined NATO when there was a threat of a war with the Soviet Union. And now Russia is trying to test NATO, and I do not exclude that they will try to test Article 5 of NATO. And it is largely depends on the allies how they are going to counteract that. And in this respect, their position towards Ukraine is crucial. Today, I also would like to recall the words of the Secretary General of NATO what he said in Munich. He said that within 3 months, Russia produces more weapons than all countries of NATO produce within a year. And this really is a graphic example of what is going on. And we all understand, I'd like to re-emphasize this, that there's no alternative for us than joining NATO in terms of ensuring our security. But we have to be realistic, and we see that we are not being invited there, which means that we need to look for additional ways, not alternative ways, but additional ways to secure our future, primarily through our cooperation with EU countries in terms of using all the experience and knowledge accumulated by Ukraine and its military. And in this respect, the leadership of 3 countries, France, Germany, and Great Britain, is absolutely key. And this is the axis which can be crucial for our security. And that also is related to our cooperation with Poland.
Далі говорити про розвиток нашої співпраці з НАТО, про відповідальність, яка є і перед Україною, і перед Альянсом. Звісно, дуже хочеться говорити про те, що чим сильніше Україна буде на полі бою, тим вона буде сильніша в переговорному процесі. І ще раз хочу повторити, що шлях до миру зараз в Україні лежить відверто лише через силу. Дякую.
Дуже вам дякую. Thank you very much. And this is a good time to turn to you, Mr. Perestrello, for your remarks and how NATO unity looks from Brussels, and what are the opportunities and challenges ahead for the alliance?
Oh, good morning, dear participants and co-panelists, excellencies. I'm delighted to address this forum on behalf of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly on this symbolic day, 9th of May, Europe Day. Robert Schuman's declaration presented exactly 70 years ago today, begins with these words: world peace cannot be safeguarded without making of creative efforts proportionate to the dangers which threaten it. Faced with the threat of communism, Schuman proposed a bold, creative vision for peace. What followed was one of the most extraordinary geopolitical projects in history, the founding of the European Union. 70 years later, the threat our countries face is clear. It is called Putin's Russia. We must counter this threat decisively. Once again, in Schuman words, we need to muster creative efforts proportionate to the threat. When he launched his brutal, unprovoked assault on Ukraine, Putin believed that he could install a puppet regime in Kyiv within 3 days, take over Ukraine, redraw the map of Europe, and impose a new world order. He failed. Thankfully, Ukraine stood strong, and for over 3 years now, it has defended itself, but it has also defended our security, our values, and our freedom. I want to pay tribute to all the fallen heroes of Ukraine, to all the men and women in uniform, and to all citizens of Ukraine who stand up to Russia's aggression every day. The NATO Parliamentary Assembly has stood with you and with Ukraine from day one. Our messages of support have been clear and consistent. I reiterated them last week during my latest visit to Kyiv, the Assembly's 6th visit since the start of the war. We remain unwavering in our support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, right to self-defense, and self-determination. We are committed to supporting Ukraine's democracy, particularly through our strong partnership with Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. We reaffirm Ukraine's right to choose its own path, including European Union and NATO membership. Russia bears sole responsibility for its illegal, unprovoked aggression and for the death, suffering, and destruction it has caused. The Russian regime and perpetrators will have to answer for their crimes. We also strongly denounce the assistance provided to Russia's aggression by the Belarusian, the North Korean, the Iranian, and Chinese regimes. This war is not just about Ukraine. It will define the world we and our children live in. No one wants this war to end more than the Ukrainian people. Ukrainians have borne the greatest burden in this conflict. They are the ones fighting on the front lines, enduring hardships that many thought had been eradicated from the European continent many decades ago. We support all efforts to bring the war to an end and to commend Ukraine for demonstrating time and again that it is ready to discuss a just and lasting peace. Although, at the same time, we must remain clear-eyed about the stakes. The outcome of any negotiation regarding Ukraine will set a precedent for global security. Nothing should be decided about Ukraine without Ukraine. Weakness or concessions today could invite further aggressions tomorrow. Peace cannot come at any cost. It cannot be a peace born of surrender. It cannot be a peace born of surrender, for true peace can only exist when it is rooted in freedom and strength. And that is why the only road to peace is through strength. That's why our task and responsibility among NATO countries is clear. First, we must continue to help meet Ukraine's immediate needs, to give Ukraine the resources to defend itself, defend its cities, defend its people. Second, we must ensure that Europe, America, and Ukraine continue to work together towards a ceasefire and towards a just and lasting peace. Transatlantic unity is vital. we must do all we can to bolster it. Together, we must step up our pressure on Russia until it demonstrates a genuine commitment to peace. And as part of any peace agreement, we must provide Ukraine with the strongest possible guarantees that Russia will never again be allowed to attack. Third, NATO should continue to support Ukraine politically and practically by delivering on the strong package on measures agreed at the Washington summit last year. We must also leave the door open for Ukraine's future membership. No third country should be allowed to have a veto power. And last but not least, Europe must mobilize. Today, by providing immediate aid and investing in Ukraine's defense industry. For the longer term, by showing that it is ready to take the initiative and guarantee a future agreement. And by welcoming Ukraine into the European family. 70 years after Schuman's visionary declaration, the time has come for Europe to step up and be bold once again. So on this Day of Europe, let us affirm loud and clear that Ukraine belongs with us. Its future is Europe, and our future is decided today on the battlefields of Ukraine. Let us rise to this challenge by standing firmly with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perestrello. Thank you for those words.
Дякуємо.
To Iran Felin, you have the portfolio for women in security, in peace and security, something all of us are very committed to, and those of us who are not committed to should be. So I'll turn over to you to talk about your work and mandate at NATO.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be back in Kyiv, and it has a particular significance for me to have the opportunity to speak today on this very particular day, the Europe Day, a day that celebrates our values, the values that bind us, unity, solidarity, and a common vision for our continent. I think that there is no better place to talk about this than here in Kyiv today. Russia's war of aggression has marked a profound turning point for European and transatlantic security. It has shattered assumptions, redefined priorities, and reminded us all that peace cannot be taken for granted. Not only Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is under attack, this is a direct assault on the very principles that underpin our democratic societies. Liberty, the rule of law, and the right of every nation to choose its own future. Ukraine has made its choice for its future, a future toward Europe and towards NATO. Ukraine has already passed the test that defines true membership in the democratic world. It has shown not only its willingness, but its capability to contribute to the security of Europe and to the transatlantic security. As NATO Secretary General for Women, Peace and Security and for Human Security, I have witnessed firsthand how Ukraine's experience has reshaped our understanding of security and practice of security and defense. Ukraine has taught us that security today is not only about tanks and troops. It is about the strength of our societies. It is about trust. It is about people, men and women. It is about leadership at every level, about institutions that reflect the society they define. Ukraine's whole society defense efforts has been extraordinary. More than 76,000 women now serve in the national armed forces, with 25,000 directly fighting on the front line. This is really transformational. But if these numbers speak for themselves, numbers alone do not capture the entire story. Women have kept governance functioning, delivered aid, negotiated humanitarian corridors, ensure access to justice and protected civilians. Women's-led organizations have filled the gaps in governance, transparency, and social cohesion, all key democratic indicators. This is not a side of the war, story of the war. This is the story. And this is not the only Ukraine strength. It is our shared lesson. Our alliance is drawing from this experience to be the more resilient, adaptable, and forward-looking NATO. We are integrating these lessons learned in our policies, in our partnership, and our understanding of what makes security truly comprehensive and more effective, of what increases the alliance's resilience and long-term vision. The NATO-Ukraine Council, our interoperability programs, the comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine, and the newly launched joint analysis training and education centers, they are all examples of this integration. Let me repeat this once again. NATO stands with Ukraine today, and it will stand with you in the challenges ahead. United towards the victory as the main message of this year's Kyiv Security Forum. And as we look towards victory, we also have the responsibility to look beyond it, towards rebuilding, healing, and anchoring Ukraine firmly within our Euro-Atlantic family. When it comes to supporting Ukraine on its path to a lasting and just peace, I believe that there are three key actions we collectively must take. First of all, we must put civil society at the heart. One of the most powerful stories that emerged from this war is the role of ordinary citizens, from the women running evacuation hubs and defending their villages, to the activists documenting atrocity and defending democracy. Under siege, civil society in Ukraine has not only endured the war, it has advanced the very values we stand for: accountability, justice, participation, dignity. And if you are serious about a future of unity and peace, then we must ensure that these voices are heard and empowered. Second, we must ensure that the recovery and reform go hand in hand and they are inclusive from the outset. Ukraine is not waiting for peace to begin for building its future. Across the country, we see reconstruction and reform moving forward, even under fire. And we must match this determination by supporting Ukraine's transformation into a stronger, more transparent and inclusive democracy. This is where NATO and EU standards become more than bureaucratic benchmarks. They become the pillars of a just and durable peace. And this must be a peace built by all, with women at the table, with youth engaged, with local voices heard, and with human rights upheld. And third, we must uphold unity of purpose with clarity, conviction, and courage. Supporting Ukraine's future begins with a clear political will. We must be steadfast in our message that Ukraine belongs in our family of democracies and that no act of aggression can rewrite that future. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam slava. Thank you, Ms. Feline, for these words. Patrick Turner, over to you. You are the proverbial NATO boots on the ground here. Tell us about your work.
Working now?
Yes?
Perfect. So it's a great privilege to be here. It's a terrific forum. Day one was really majestic, so hats off to the organizers. So my message is simple. It follows what my colleagues have said. In fact, NATO stands firm with Ukraine, and it will stand firm with Ukraine in the years to come. The relationship between Ukraine and NATO is stronger than ever, and it's fundamental for the future of Ukraine and the future of NATO. We want to work together in an ever closer relationship. Ukraine today is closer to NATO than it has ever been. NATO allies continue to provide very large-scale equipment and training support to Ukraine. Last year, the security assistance provided by allies was over 50 billion euros. That's roughly the same amount as Ukraine spent on its own defense and security last year. Just in the first 3 months of this year, allies pledged over 20 billion euros more in security assistance for Ukraine, and the coming weeks and months will see further pledges and further delivery of support. Large-scale support will be needed for many years to come, and there are strong grounds for confidence that that support will be provided. That's strongly in the interests of NATO allies and of Ukraine. So NATO's own top priorities, including at our summit in The Hague next month, are defense spending, defense production, and Ukraine. The first two of those, defense spending and defense production, are themselves directly relevant to Ukraine. Allies need to spend much more and produce much more for themselves and to support Ukraine. That will be the case whether or not the war ends this year. That will be the case for the foreseeable future, given the threats we face. We have to keep deterrence and defense strong, both in the alliance and in Ukraine. Much higher defense spending and much higher defense production by allies are essential investments in their own future, but also in Ukraine's. Allies' future and Ukraine's future are and will remain very closely linked. So we must have, and we do have, a very strong relationship between NATO and Ukraine. We will continue to build and intensify that relationship in Brussels, in Kyiv, and elsewhere. The relationship includes, for example, working ever more closely together in, firstly, coordinating the provision of equipment and training by allies and other partners through the NATO Security Assistance and Training for Ukraine Command in Germany. That command has ramped up very quickly and is successfully progressing at scale and at speed in delivering military support for Ukraine. Second, building closer and closer interoperability between NATO and Ukraine through the agreed interoperability roadmap and its set of detailed targets, and working to help ensure that Ukraine has the right defense and security forces for the future. Third, delivering short and longer-term non-lethal assistance through NATO's comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine. Fourth, lessons learned from the war through the Joint Analysis, Training and Education Centre recently established in Poland. That's the first such centre that NATO has with a partner. Fifth, pursuing key reform priorities identified under the NATO-Ukraine Annual National Programme. And finally, deepening our political relationship and taking decisions together in the NATO-Ukraine Council. I and my team at the NATO representation are at work every day with Ukrainian colleagues in and beyond government to pursue this agenda and build this relationship. In conclusion, the NATO-Ukraine relationship is critical for Ukraine's future and for ours, and we want to see it go from strength to strength in the years ahead. It must and it will. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava. Thank you so much. I will pick up on something Vice Speaker Kondratyuk said, started us off on this panel, and I'll address it to Mr. Perestrello and you, Mr. Turner, but anyone else is welcome to react as well. She did say that Ukraine bought NATO 3 years to prepare, to get you know, to heed the wake-up call. But it seems that for every wake-up call, there might be a snooze button. I want you to react to that statement. I want you to reflect on some of the missed opportunities, perhaps, over the past 3 years, and what a large organization like NATO, there's a lot of, you know, it's not exactly a nimble type of structure. How does that organization learn and react at the time of crisis? I'll go first to you, Mr. Perestrello.
Well, as all organizations, as NATO has its own ways to react. The fundamental for us at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I cannot speak for NATO, I can only speak for a NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Maybe Mr. Turner is in a better position to talk in the name of NATO. On the view of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, it has been clear since day one that we strongly support the path to membership of Ukraine to NATO, and we never stepped aside from that position. It's a clear position, several times reaffirmed by the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Also from the beginning, the parliamentarians belonging to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly have been wavering on the support of Ukraine and demanding to their countries, to the countries which they represent as parliamentarians, a stronger support in all the areas that Ukraine needs support, on the humanitarian field, on reconstruction, on health, integrating refugees, economic support, financial support, and military support. And in the last months has grown strongly the idea of industrial cooperation, and they were created new programs of partnerships between companies from NATO countries and companies from Ukraine to develop military equipment necessary for Ukraine to stand and fight, and that is how we, in our countries, our members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, think that this support will continue. It's the fundamental for us is to keep firmly with the positions we have been advocating since day one, trying to push our governments to a stronger support to Ukraine. And that's the most relevant part of the job that the NATO Parliamentary Assembly has been doing since the invasion day. I would like to remind that the invasion was in February 2022, and members of the of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly visited Ukraine in May of that year, and the relation with the Verkhovna Rada has been since day one very strong, and I would like to mention the importance of the work that has been developed by the Ukrainian parliamentarians, very important to mobilize and keep awake the Western public opinion to the support of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I hope to have answered your question.
Well, we do very much appreciate the support of the Parliamentary Assembly and all the member states, but let me turn with the same question to you, Mr. Turner.
Working? Yep. I would say there is no comparison between the relationship between NATO and Ukraine 3 years ago and now. What I just outlined in my remarks shows the depth and breadth of that relationship. So last year, as I say, over 50 billion euros in security assistance. There was a pledge at last year's NATO summit of at least 40 billion euros that matched the amount that NATO allies had provided in the previous 2 years. So that's the first thing. Secondly, ever closer working together in a whole range of areas. I set them out. But I would also say, and I said it in my remarks, that NATO allies know, despite what they have done in the last 3 years for themselves and for Ukraine, there is a great deal more to be done on defence spending and on defence production, amongst other things, but also on sustaining and deepening the support for Ukraine this year and in the coming years. That will be necessary, whatever happens. So, you know, the NATO summit next month will see ambitious decisions on defence spending. I'm not going to forecast exactly what they're going to be, but you've been seeing figures in the media. You've been listening to what the Secretary General says on defence spending, well north of 3%. But there's no point in more money if it doesn't translate into usable, deployable, ready capability, both for allies and in support of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. We unfortunately are coming to the end of time of our panel. So let me just put out this question to the whole panel and ask for a very brief reflections. Yes, Ukraine will become an ally, NATO ally, at some point in the future. There are currently political and other impediments to doing so. That might take time. We all realize that. In the meantime, what can Ukraine and NATO alliance do to bolster not only Ukraine's defense capacity, but deterrence in Ukraine through allied action? And I'll go in the reverse order. I'll start with you, Mr. Turner, and work our way back.
So it's the agenda that I set out. It's more defense spending, more capabilities, sustained support for Ukraine, closer working between NATO and Ukraine. We're doing that, more interoperability, more detailed work together on the future structure and capabilities of Ukraine's armed forces. And that is very much our intention. And what Ukraine is doing today, what Ukraine will be and will do tomorrow and in the future is absolutely fundamental for security in Europe, for transatlantic security. Working together is an absolute essential for NATO and Ukraine. We're here to stay. The relationship's here to stay. And I hugely salute all that Ukraine has done for itself and for us. And we intend to sustain our support.
Thank you. So more defense, deterrence through defense. I'll go to you next.
It is about working together, as Patrick said, and share lessons learned. So I joined NATO 4 weeks before the full-scale invasion, and so I have witnessed this increase and closer relationship between our alliance and Ukraine. And while we have changing our posture, going to more deterrence and defense, we are also learning from Ukraine. And this applies to what I work on, the women, peace and security. As I said in my initial remarks, we are all witnessing and learning from the incredible participation of women in the armed forces, here fighting together and alongside with men. And in a moment where we have to increase and strengthen our deterrence and defense posture, we talk about mobilization, we talk about generating forces. We cannot do this if we don't tap into the entire pool of talents in our population. And this is something Ukraine is already doing and where we have to learn a lot in our respective countries. And this applies also to the different ways in which the war is conducted, so the multi-domain operations, and especially when it comes to hybrid, cyber, UAVs. Those are all roles where women have, there is a lot of potential for women, and this is an undervalued and underutilized potential. So in our way of setting NATO standards, we here today talking about this, we are already setting new standards, and we are doing this by learning from Ukraine.
Excellent, excellent. Mr. Perestrello, I'll go to you for some final remarks.
Thank you. I would say briefly, ramp up defense spending, increase military support to Ukraine, especially air defense and ammunition, development of a common military industry, developing and increasing interoperability. I think with these steps, keeping the door open for membership, that's the best we can do to increase defense and deterrence in Europe and in Ukraine. To get that, one thing very important that should be reminded, keep and maybe and probably increase sanctions to Russia.
Thank you. Пані віце-спікерко, останнє слово за вами.
Так звучить якось двояко, останнє слово за мною, але...
Well, it sounds kind of equivocal that mine is the last word. Anyway, having heard what was said by my co-panelists, it looks like we speak the same language, as it seems. But, you know, for Ukraine, time really matters. And we don't have the luxury of much time here, because day in and day out, we are paying with blood. I've recalled Mr. Marcus's speech in Parliament when he was on a visit here, and he said quite aptly that NATO allies were kind of naive because they thought that this war would be improbable. But if this repeats itself, this will look like a total folly on the part of NATO allies. So we have to join our efforts, and we all, together with NATO countries, have to appreciate what role is played by Ukraine now, not just in terms of its own security, but in terms of pan-European security. I'd like to repeat that a fair peace in Ukraine can be possible only through strength. I want all our partners and allies to hear this, without forcing the aggressor to pay for what he has done. There will be no lasting peace in Europe.
With that, let me thank this excellent panel. Thank you for traveling to Ukraine, to our guests. And Mr. Perestrello, we do hope you can join us in person for the next forum. With that, let me hand over to Mr. Lubkivsky here.
Пані та панове, дозвольте...
Ladies and gentlemen, as a follow-up to the first panel, on behalf of the Kyiv Security Forum, allow me to congratulate you on the Day of Europe. We have an address from Mrs. Strack-Zimmerman, one of the most important people responsible for security in Europe.
Parliament in Strasbourg, we commemorated the end of the Second World War in Europe. A war that ended 80 years ago, leaving Europe devastated and divided. In its aftermath, a solemn promise was made: never again. Never again would war be the means to settle disputes. Never again would borders be changed by force. Never again would sovereignty be trampled by aggression. Out of that commitment, a new vision for Europe was born. One grounded in cooperation, the rule of law, and the mutual respect. A vision that found its political expression 5 years later in the Schuman Declaration. It is an honor to speak to you on this Europe Day, a day that commemorates that very declaration delivered 75 years ago. On May 9th, 1950, Robert Schuman proposed the bold idea that nations which share resources and sovereignty will never go to war with one another. It was a vision born from the ashes of conflict, grounded in a simple belief: peace is not a given. It must be built, protected, and renewed every day. 70 years later, that vision faces its most serious challenge in a generation. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, it's not only a brutal war of aggression, but also a direct attack on the very principles that the European project was built upon. Peace through cooperation, security through unity, and the rule of law instead of the rule of force. Ukraine, with immense courage, resilience, and sacrifice, is not only defending its own future, but also defending Europe's. Since 2022, the European Union and its members have committed over 50 billion euros in military assistance alongside humanitarian, financial, and political support. Under the European Peace Facility, European states have worked together to ensure Ukraine has the tools to resist and to win. But our commitment must go further by integrating Ukraine's defense industrial and technological base into the European defense ecosystem. This is not just about procurement, it's about joint development, innovation, and building a defense industry that is resilient, modern, and interoperable with NATO and EU standards. Ukraine brings battle-tested technologies, skilled engineers, and a strategic urgency that Europe must learn from, not only support. We must also keep the door to EU membership not only open, but move a step forward. Accession is not a gift. It is a recognition of shared values and a shared future. The reforms Ukraine is undertaking during war are nothing short of remarkable. Europe must match that courage with political will. The Schuman Declaration reminds us Europe is not a finished project. It grows through crisis, evolves through solidarity, and deepens through commitment. A stronger Europe, defense based on strategic autonomy, industrial cooperation, and shared values, it's now essential. But let us never forget, our most powerful weapons are not just tanks or sanctions. They are unity, fairness, and purpose. The more clearly we define our role in securing peace and defending democracy, the more credible we become to allies and adversaries alike. So on this 75th anniversary of the Schuman Declaration, we are called to act with the same vision and courage that defined its origin. So reject the logic of sharps and influence and imperial conquest. To stand not behind Ukraine, but alongside it politically, militarily, economically, and morally. Because a free, independent, and safe Ukraine is not just a hope. It's essential for Europe's peace, security, and identity. Slava Ukraini. Thank you very much.
I believe this is a fantastic introduction to two crucial panels that we are going to listen to, that are where we will discuss the role of Europe in the global affairs, leadership of Europe, how to live without America, and Europe's security, how to live with Russia. I would like to invite our legendary Kimberly Dozier to the stage to introduce our distinguished panelists and to start the discussion. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, may I call to the stage, I will start with Chairwoman Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze. And we have your names helpfully there. Dr. Mika Altola, Ms. Anne Genetet, Ms. Marketa Gregorova, and Mr. Ivars Iyabs, and Chairman and former Secretary General Klaus Welle. Thank you. And if I butchered anyone's name, please let me know. So we are here to discuss Europe's strategic autonomy or progress towards that, replacing what used to be a Pax Americana of US leadership. So I want to start with my usual lightning round question. I have warned them that I would give them a provocative question that they have not heard in advance. So I'm going to key off the previous panel with the mention of Article 5. Micha, do you trust the Trump administration to honor Article 5 if Finland is attacked by Russia?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the honor of being in here. And also I'm very grateful for Ukraine's fight. I know it fights for its own sovereignty, but in doing so it provides for European security. Answering your question, if you ask the Finns, I think the latest poll numbers showed that 70% of them do not trust that Trump administration would actually unconditionally help Finns. But that was the starting point when we joined NATO. The idea was that you cannot lock history, that you actually can do well when it comes to your own defense, build up your defense, and Finland is doing so, just decided to go over the 3% limit that I have been advocating for years. So if you take care of yourself and you are located in a very geostrategically important place, you are going to have friends that have your survival in their interest. Look at the neighborhood, Norway, Sweden, Baltic states, Germany. UK usually has been geostrategically wise enough to understand Finnish locatedness. And if we are lucky, the Americans will also rise up to the occasion. So it's bound to be dependent on the context. Right now, US is withdrawing as it did before the two world wars because it has so many commitments to different corners of the world. Its risks are increasing, so it's natural that it withdraws to a position where it feels safer. But at the end, it will realize that it's not isolated, that these things are going to affect also the interest of the US. So ultimately, I trust that the Americans will provide help.
The main point that I took away from what you just explained is that 70% of Finns don't trust the US to do what they've promised to do, and that Finland will get help from Washington, D.C. if they rise to the occasion.
Well, the key points during the first Trump administration was that that were delivered to Washington, that Finland always has paid its dues. It has always taken care of its defense, and it will always be a friend of US. And that worked back then, and I'm sure that that key message works right now. Trump believes in sovereignty, and nations that are proud, taking care of their own security. That is kind of the common value basis. I think that will work also. So you cannot base your security merely on signatures on paper. You have to actually commit things. And Finland that has always trusted on the total defense tradition that you are now using here in Ukraine. Our defense has always been based on whole of the nation, that the whole republic is mobilized. You know, our wartime army stands around 1 million people, and you know, we have 5.5 million people in Finland.
Yeah, well, Finland is a little bit different. So I take the overall point that Finland didn't get as offended as some others might. So moving to Secretary General Vela, do you trust the US to honor Article 5?
I think we got recently very important clarifications. So Secretary Hexet has sent interim instructions to the military saying assume risk in Europe and prioritize Asia. We had Vice President Vance who told us that now conventional defense in Europe is basically for the Europeans. The nuclear protection would stay. We have the new Undersecretary for Policies in the Pentagon, Elbridge Colby, who has given interview after interview after interview over the last 2 years saying that they have to prioritize Asia and that Europe is second. And that's a very clear message. So I think we have to start from there. There are still 100,000 troops in Europe.
Thus far.
But we will see what the NATO summit brings. If I take the paper of Stephen Miran on economic strategy, it says at the end of the day you have to combine maximum pressure, and you do that by bringing security into the remit, and I expect that to happen at the NATO summit end of June, so that will be the decisive moment. After that we will know where we stand.
Got it. So stay tuned. Ms. Grigorova.
Same question, yes. Thank you very much. I'm very glad that Finland thinks that fulfilling its end of obligations would be enough, but I don't tend to be that optimistic, especially when taking into account what has been already said by the current Trump administration on this topic, because they themselves would actually breach the Article 5 were they to force Greenland into their own possession. And I do think that Mr. Trump was quite clear on not really shy away from such an option if for some unknown reason Denmark would not give it up on its own volition. So if they claim that they would be themselves willing to breach it, then how are we supposed to trust them to protect us? So yeah, this I think starts the conversation well.
Absolutely, especially since the last Trump administration, what we would tell each other in Washington, D.C. was take him seriously but not literally. And what we seem to be finding this time around is take him both seriously and literally, because it feels like a new, more extreme administration, at least to us in DC. So, Ms. Genetet, Emmanuel Macron has been picking up the banner of leadership and trying to encourage Europe to come along. He has made some disparaging remarks about NATO in the past. What would France do? Do you think the U.S. can be counted on to honor Article 5?
Thank you very much. Very good question. And I first want to thank the organizers of this forum. And it's an honor and privilege to be here. And I'm here as a member of the French Parliament and clearly aligned with the foreign policy of President Emmanuel Macron. I'm from his own political party. The question for us is not as should we trust Mr. Trump or not. We have to act as if we cannot trust him. We have no choice. We have no choice, and it is
to act as if you cannot trust him.
We have to act as if we cannot trust him. We have no choice, and as the question of this panel says, Europe clearly has to stand up. And as Europeans, I have two messages. We have to stand up on our unity. And yesterday it was saying with the opening of this forum, we have to unite again. Clearly, this is a message for European allies. And the second message is we have to stand strong on our values. And one maybe of the most powerful value that is sometimes even contested within Europe is the fact that what we call the Brussels effect. We can create norms, standards, rules, regulations, and this is probably the most powerful extraterritorial weapon that we do have. And we have to build on that, and if we do not do so, what message will we carry on? It means that our values would be negotiable. I do not want that. It cannot be. So as of now, Europe has no choice. Either we rise or we vanish. And with us, we have Ukraine now, because Ukraine is an ally, is a European ally, and we consider things happening to Europe. We have to include Ukraine with us. So all together with Ukraine, we rise or we vanish, and we think that Ukrainian heroes deserve that we raise.
Rise or we vanish. Thank you. So, Mr. Iyabs, Latvia has many people who still remember Soviet times.
Yes, sure.
Do you think you can trust the U.S. if Putin traverses your border? Say, does something like borderization that they're doing in Georgia?
Okay. Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers for the opportunity of being here with a full admiration of what Ukrainian troops are doing, defending all of us, defending the whole Europe from that bloody aggressor, namely Russian Federation and Putin. Answering your question, I think, first of all, we are right now in the middle of reformatting or reframing the transatlantic relationship. I don't think that we have any clear signals coming in from that side of the Atlantic Ocean, because they are mixed. I mean, and I think that the previous speakers have already noted that there are different signals. And of course, we are worried about what has been said about Greenland as a NATO country and the rules-based international order in general. But the other side, at least from my perspective, which is largely a Baltic perspective, we still see our transatlantic partner, meaning the US, as an important and very fundamental part of European security. And we have done basically everything to be trusted partners on our side. I'm not talking about that the Baltic countries are increasing our defense and expenditure already now up until 5% and probably even to the north. But we have already, of course, as many European countries, our soldiers have lost their lives fighting on NATO missions. And I think this is also a sacrifice to be noted, because this is also the strength. Yeah. And in that sense, I think that the US is still a very important partner and hopefully will be such a partner. At the same time, I think that we are right now also in the European Parliament, in Brussels in general, in a very, delicate balancing act. On the one side, thinking about the European strategic autonomy, and that is right, that Europe has to be able to defend itself on the one hand, at the same time keeping that transatlantic link strong, because you mentioned the Baltic experience from the Soviet times. Let's recognize the fact that the US was the country who sustained that non-recognition policy for our countries, which really is extremely helpful for us when we were regaining our independence 35 years ago. Thank you very much.
But was it a different USA that extended that non-recognition? That's what we're arguing back in DC. And on to Minister Klimpush-Tsintsadze, Chairwoman. Apologies, I gave you a promotion.
I used to be Deputy Prime Minister, so
that's why it's in my head. Okay. So, listening to all of this and being in a position where you need U.S. support, do you trust the White House to sustain Ukraine's war effort?
Let me congratulate everybody on the Europe's Day. And let me put it this way. I think that we all have to try to work on different avenues to try to ensure that the US stays engaged, and that the US stays engaged on the side of the international law, on the side of the of democracy, on the side of the good, if you wish. However, at the same time, I think we all have to act as if that presence and that engagement is not necessarily going to be continued. And that is the ground baseline from which, from my perspective, all the European nations, including Ukraine, have to act at this particular point. And that means that we've seen a lot of wake-up calls. One of the Ukrainian military just recently said that, well, I see that Europeans have woken up, but they are still in pajamas and they still have to drink their coffee and then still get dressed. I think we are much beyond that already, but I think we are not there yet with our common action. We are not there yet with clear understanding that values, prosperity, security, our ability just to focus on our everyday lives and dreams are not, should not be taken for granted. Ukrainians have understood that long ago, back in 2014, and have shown that values are not only the slogans, and have shown that they are ready to stand up something for which they believe in. And definitely the world is changing right now, definitely. And some of these guide marks, landmarks have been kind of vanishing. New are not there yet. So we are in this flexible, very flexible and volatile mood at this particular point. But I think Europe has had always the compass that should have been, that helped Europe to get through troubles and through difficulties and challenges, and that is this basis on values. So the question mark right now is whether we are capable of acting all together based, both internally and externally, based on values.
So let's move to capability, and if anyone has anything they want to jump in with, just flag me and I'll pull you in. But I had a senior official at this conference guesstimate for me that it would take Europe 5 to 10 years to ramp up production to replace US military support for the defense of Ukraine or for the defense of Europe writ large. Because even if you throw a whole bunch of money at it the first year, you're going to get what you got in Iraq and Afghanistan, where they couldn't spend the money fast enough and they spent it on the wrong things because it takes time to build up. Yet, various European intelligence agencies have estimated that Russia can reset in 2 to 3 years and be ready to invade another country in addition to Ukraine. So those numbers are disturbing. There's a big gap between Europe's readiness to stand without the US and the potential threat that you face. Mika, you wanted to jump in. And sorry, I know Mika from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs when he was the head, so it's hard not to use your old title.
Well, yes. Well, there's only 1 millimeter away from being extremely policy-relevant researcher into being politician, so that happened to me. But yes, the prognosis is that Russia is in war with the West, as was said yesterday. So we are only seeing the first episode, horrible episode here in Ukraine, and we have to build the deterrence. And you say that there's this gap, that it takes so many years. We should have started sooner, shouldn't we? Then we would have those. Our deterrence wouldn't only be potential, it would be actual. So we have to start today, so that in a few years we will then have something. And we have to remember that Russia is still relatively weak compared to, for example, Soviet Union. And Russia is not a chess player. It is mostly concentrated on street fighting and particular types of destabilization operations in different European countries currently. We have seen those cable cutting, assassinations, sabotage operations. That's what they are going to start doing. And of course, we have to, on the meanwhile, keep our politics in order. Because the biggest problem is that you cannot fight wars or have deterrence. You cannot defend yourself if the politics is not in order. That was the key point of Clausewitz when he said that war is continuation of politics by other means. He meant that politics has to be in right order. Look what happened to US in Vietnam. They won all the battles, but they lost the war because politics fell apart from underneath the war. Same happened in Afghanistan. So we have to have the political will, and currently it's not perhaps 100% there. So it has to be more ad hoc, it has to be coalition-based, and it has to be centered on Ukraine, because you are part of the coalition of willing. European defense is being built here in Ukraine. Zelensky, when he said that, was right. There's not going to be a European army but there's going to be coalitions of willing, as there has been in 1,000 years of European history. When the hardships hit us, very difficult times hit us, we usually pulled it together by those countries who were willing to take part in operations in distant corners of Europe.
And Trump and J.D. Vance's derisive comments about Europe must surely help build that coalition of the willing. Ms. Genetet.
Yes, thank you. I think that the person you were talking to was carrying a message coming from Russia. It's a defeat message. How can you tell that Europe needs 5 to 10 years and Russia 2 to 3 years? Initially, we said that Russia needed 3 days to invade Ukraine. Well, 3 years from now. From then. So I don't believe that. When you go into figures, the defense budget of Russia is about 100 billion of US dollars, almost. When the total defense budget, including United Kingdom for Europe, is about 350 billions of US dollars. In terms of men and women in the army, in the military forces, it's 700,000 men in the Russian forces. It is 470 millions of men and women in the European military forces. So, as Ambassador Carpenter said yesterday in the previous panel with the Atlantic Council, in Europe, we have the force, we have the money, we have the talents, we have the patents, we have the rule of law, we have everything to be a superpower. But now we need cooperation and we need to be united, and we don't need 5 to 10 years.
So a follow-up for you. France has been frozen several times by protests over social spending. How will the French people swallow this shift in spending that will have to follow for self-defense?
I'm very optimistic. When you look at what we are trying to call for a reserve, same as what they have in Finland. We are far from having what they have in Finland, but we had a call on to people who would like to join the reserve. And we had, just for the first trimester of the first quarter of 2025, 12,000 answers, when last year was less than 2,000. For the whole year of 2024. This shows that French citizens, despite the problem of social spending, we intend to clearly be united and move on to be part of the reserve. And the moral forces in France are growing, which is a very good and optimistic sign. So now the President will answer your question about social spending and defense spending May 13, so in a few days he will give a speech on national TV.
Ms. Grigorova, I saw your hand before the minister, so I'll let you go next.
Yes, thank you very much. I also actually raised my hand before my colleague from France said her points.
I'm a bad teacher.
And I don't want to completely repeat what has been just said. I just want to say that I absolutely agree with you. It is really not such a math as saying 5 years to replace US arsenal, 2 years for Russia to replenish its resources, because that sounds as if Europe would start from zero, and that's just not true. We are absolutely not starting from zero without the US. Of course, it's extremely unpleasant because since 1945 we said that the US will be the Pax Americana, the main power that will protect us. But it does not mean that we do not have the 1.4 million soldiers. We just don't have them joined together in the European army or something like that. And I don't think that the European army is possible without a proper European federation, and we are just not there yet. However, there can be joint procurements, joint training. There can be preparedness, but we are really not starting the preparedness from nothing without the US. And I think that's a really important point. Last point, when we say 1.4, I'm pretty sure my French colleague agrees, we are also including the Ukrainian army, which is currently the most experienced army in the world. And we can learn so much from them in Europe, just if there is a political will to do that.
And Mr. Eryabs, I know that you've been waiting patiently, and y'all don't have to wait for me. You can also jump in on each other's points. So I welcome cacophony.
Thank you very much. Regarding the European capacities, this is a continent, or a EU is a union with 450 million people and 20 trillion euros GDP. And in that sense, compared to Russia, this is big. The question is, how capable are we to mobilize those people and those resources to have a really defense union? Because right now, of course, the EU is rather fragmented in that. And this is what we observe also in terms of defense expenditure. Also, by the way, in terms how much do we really pay to support Ukraine. In that sense, I think Kaja Kallas' proposal to earmark for each and every member state 0.25% of the GDP for helping Ukraine is really a step in the right direction, because right now, I mean, the landscape is an extremely fragmented one. But as for social spending, I mean, let's be frank, during the golden years of the European Union, meaning the 60s, 70s, and so on and so forth, well, most European countries, NATO members, had defense spending up until 5%, and that didn't prevent them to develop that social model and so on and so forth. What we are seeing right now in the EU, this is, of course, very sluggish growth. Economic growth, meaning in terms of productivity, in terms of energy prices, and so on and so forth. And this is where also I think the defense industry comes into the play, especially when we really think about integrating Ukrainian defense industry and military industry in the European framework, which to my mind is really one of the most important tasks. We have already started working in that direction in the European Parliament when adopting this European Defence Industrial Programme, which also includes the money, and the part of it goes for the Ukrainian defence industry. But let's be frank, the most expenditure in terms of defense still comes from the member states and not from the Brussels. Thank you.
Just to red team it a little bit, I've been going to European security fora for almost 20 years, and I've heard all of this about ramping up spending, and it hasn't happened. And I speak frequently to the defense industry, and they say, we'd love to ramp up production, but until we get the contracts, it's not worth our time.
And what is even worse, the majority of our defense industry in the EU is right now working for export. Very little of that stays in Europe because of what you just mentioned. There is very little of procurement taking place right now. I mean, during the last 3 years, of course, the situation has changed immensely. But nevertheless, this is not about defense industries. This is not about 2 or 3 years. This is about 10 years just to develop those ever-warm facilities that would be available for all the European countries, including Ukraine, if needed. Thank you.
And you've been spending a lot of money buying American, which the White House could turn off if it's really angry. Secretary Vella.
Yes, thank you. I think what we need is a clear calendar out of the NATO summit. Because the key question is not overall availability of capacity, but it's all about strategic capability gaps. Because the United States has always insisted that satellite, intelligence, long-distance transport, refueling is theirs. And these are exactly the capabilities you need to connect these individual actors on a European level. And that's what the 150 billion is for in Rearm Europe, where we want to do joint procurement for whichever countries want to use it. But there's a special mention that this should be focused on those strategic capability gaps. And that is critical. And we need a calendar agreed with the United States that allows us to replace the United States in those critical functions.
So possibly one of the best things that could come out of the NATO summit is that the Trump administration says, because Trump will probably be hearing this for the first time, sorry, but when Trump officials, the close cadre around him, realize that they've been holding Europe back, that if they lift those restrictions, Europe will be on its way?
Yes, that is one of the dilemmas when we go to the NATO summit, that of course, in order to revamp and expand the defense industrial base in Europe, we need to also invest into that, and the bi-European approach is going to be something that Washington is going to be naturally surprised. But yes, we have capabilities here. We have Taurus missiles, Storm Shadow missiles. We have Airbus that has most effective air tankers in the world. Even the Americans were going to buy those, but they had the Buy American Act. So we have quite a lot of things. We need investments now. I was in France a couple of weeks ago, and the major companies there are investing on their own because now they know that there's a horizon. It was very important the Commission put out the message that this is not only about Ukraine, it is about European defense, and the time scale became much longer. So now we know that the purchases are coming. There's money in the machine, and the third largest economy in the world, Germany, investing 1,000 billion euros into defense and infrastructure. That was one of the key messages. Times are now changing, and the old world is rising up, and that's a good message.
So, listening to all of that, Minister Klimpuch-Dzintsadze, are you encouraged? Are they doing what they need to do fast enough to support Ukraine to keep surviving, especially if the US pulls out?
Well, definitely Europe is not starting from the baseline. Definitely a lot has been done. But from our perspective, there is lost sense of urgency in that readiness to commonly procure, commonly produce, take off the table different limitations and barriers, technical barriers to all of this being done much faster. And I think there is this not understanding that some of the procedures, some of the bureaucratically maybe positive in the peacetime things that have been there as safeguards for different processes in Europe have to be lifted at this particular point, because Europe continues, from my perspective, Europe continues to respond to a serious, non-hybrid, but serious military threat with a peaceful means. And that is major thing that has to change right now. Europe has to comprehend that that Russia believes that it's already fighting a war against Europe. It's already fighting the war against the West. And they have just not to pretend, ladies and gentlemen, not to pretend that this war is only about Ukraine. It's not. It's not. If we fail with Ukraine, if we fail to stop Russia on the territory of Ukraine, it is your children and your best creme de la creme people will have to be fighting and paying their lives for defending your countries. So we can stop and defeat the evil, the monster, right here on this territory. But that really needs an action plan. And we are not there still with the commonality of the threat perception. Definitely, in Latvia or in Finland, there is a much more clearer view of what we are standing up against. While, sorry to say, maybe in Spain or in Italy, this is not that clear. Or there is a willingness to shy away from this real challenge, and we have to call a spade, because when we are hearing that in the Baltic Sea, when the cables are being cut, that this is a hybrid threat. How come is it a hybrid threat? It's a real threat. It's a real attack, and we have to deal with it with the adequate means. But we are not there yet, and all the goodwill and all the greatly appreciated caravan of summits that has been happening after this wave of isolationism coming very clearly from the United States is not going to sort it out. You know, it's an action plan that had to be ready already a day before yesterday and had to be implemented already yesterday. That could actually help us to preserve that social spending in the future. But that social spending really depends on the security and capability to defend what is value-based. And actually also act against internal challenges to the unity of the EU. This is Russian policy.
Yeah.
To divide, to exhaust, to destroy, to destabilize you also inside Europe. But when we are seeing that there is no readiness to actually stop harshly those who are acting on their short-sighted interest and corrupt ties with the Russian Federation, then there is a big question mark how far we can go in all this good will of understanding that, yes, we have to do more, we have to produce more, we have to be able to defend ourselves, we have to innovate. And one more thing that has not been mentioned, I think, which is very important, because Mr. Velle was talking about the strategic capabilities and so on, the war is changing very, very much. And you have heard this from many times from Ukrainian soldiers, from Ukrainian military, from your own military. And that means that a lot of that innovation that is capable of protecting in the current situation is being developed here in Ukraine. So co-production, investment in this defense capabilities that we still do have in Ukraine and which are basically 1/3 of the, which are working for 1/3 of the capacity of production, this is also a response not only to protecting Ukraine, but also to protecting European states. And without Ukraine, Europe cannot really become stronger. Yes. Without Ukraine, Europe cannot become or retain or regain the place of real geopolitical actor in the world. With failing in Ukraine, Europe will lose its credibility, its you know, its appeal to many other nations.
I understand. You're basically saying that Ukraine has lessons that Europe needs for its very survival. And in our last 10 minutes or so, I wanted to come back to the point that you just raised about the war Russia is already waging inside all of your societies. We have today the Victory Day in Moscow. We have Fico from Slovakia is there. Serbia is not an EU member. They're also there. I mean, this represents sort of the thin end of the wedge, that there are populations within certain European countries, just as you have populations inside the United States right now that spout Russian disinformation and reject the message of their democratically elected governments. What do you do to fight that enemy within?
Yeah, well, I'm a coordinator in the Democratic Shield Committee, and we think about that quite a lot. Of course, there are different political families present there, so we see kind of the spectrum of opinions in Europe. I firmly believe that Russia is doing what it can in order to kind of do reverse color revolutions, because the Russian belief is that those were not authentic expressions of people, they were machined, and Russia has learned to machine political parties, help candidates, relatively cheap operations with old means, buying votes with newer means, using TikTok and other social media platforms to promote and enhance certain candidates. And the candidates are happy because they get, well, basically a campaign machine for free.
We saw what happened with the Romanian presidential first round last fall.
That's one of the key points. We should also recognize that Putin, as an intelligence operator from Eastern Germany, he knew the manual back then, and it included supporting terror also in West Germany and Western Europe. So that bridge between right-wing, left-wing, and Islamist terror in Europe and Russia, that should be looked much deeper into, because Russia doesn't have any obstacles of doing that. It is fighting a war against West by all means possible.
Its values aren't holding it back.
Yes, yeah. There's no value-based. For Russia, a successful terror attack somewhere in Germany before elections actually makes quite a lot of sense. So why shouldn't they support and facilitate those types of operations? And we are kind of behind the curve because we are still naively thinking that kind of the soft power will fix the problems. It won't. We should have more active defense and shield, active operations. But what Russia sees is weakening West right now. So Russia and China are celebrating in Moscow. They see victory that is approaching. And why should they right now sees what has been working for them? We should understand.
And seems to be working in the United States. Mr. Iyab, you wanted, and I'm going to have to ask everyone to stay brief.
I'll be brief.
You've got a Russian-speaking population inside Latvia.
Yes,
how do you fight
we know it from the first-hand experience. What does it mean to have an immense Russian propaganda working in our country in order to destabilize our democratic institutions? I think that all the Baltic countries know that. But in terms of recipe for the future, I think that from my perspective, there are two things that should be mentioned. First of all, start dealing with social networks, because we all know that the EU has adopted certain kind of legislation regarding the misuse of freedom of speech, but it still works very problematically, I would say. For example, all those Russian TV channels that are transmitting propaganda, for example, they have been banned as sanctioned entities from the TV, but they are still very much in the social networks. And the second thing, of course, we have to think about not just defensive capacities, but also offensive capacities. And this is where we have a lot to learn from what Ukrainian colleagues are doing, because you have been in times of war very active in that, and I have to say also very successful. So there is also a lot to learn from the Ukrainian experience. Thank you.
Again, that's having to convince your own population that it's okay to clip some of those freedoms of speech to protect the population. But Mr. Vela, Secretary Vela, you've got a rising AfD in your part of Europe. How do you, with that internal opposition, change people's minds?
Yeah, and what's the most worrying is that there is a US vice president who is recommending to vote for this party, plus Elon Musk. I mean, that's the real shocking element in all of this.
Seems Russian disinformation has worked in one part of the world.
I mean, I recommend to everybody to read again the book of Catherine Belton, Putin's People, where she said that the KGB started to plan in the second half of the 80s how to survive without the Soviet Union. And they moved an equivalent of 25% of the value of Gazprom to the West for influence operations. So where has this money ended up? Where has this money ended up?
Not enough people know that. And not enough people have like the program in Finland where you train kids how to spot disinformation. Ms. Janitet.
So we clearly need to fight Russian propaganda, which is very insidious, including in our country, in France. It's very strong. And personally, I think we all have to talk. And this forum is a good place also to fight Russian propaganda. As well as a politician, I'm going around many French cities regularly just to have public hearings, just to explain what Russian propaganda is made of. And we clearly have, again, to stand united on our values. We have no choice, because this unity of Europe that was so painfully built could clearly unravel now, not through invasion, but through division.
But of course, we're not talking standing together as Europe. It's like, how do you convince your own people?
But it's also all together. I think we can have tools, and I think within NATO we will building tools to fight propaganda. And it's also, we can do one by one, each on our side, but again, to fight this Russian propaganda, we have to be together. And I want also to highlight there is a cyber defense that we are building in Europe, which is NIS2. It's a norm, once again, but it should be ratified shortly, and I hope France will do it shortly. We are late on schedule, but all European countries should ratify this NIS2 standard cybersecurity weapon, and this will be very important for us to fight Russian propaganda. But again, history will not wait for those countries who hesitate.
Yeah.
We have to fight propaganda.
And I'm glad you brought up cybersecurity, because attribution is an important part of calling out disinformation. I'm going to finish with our host panelists from our host country, but Ms. Grigorova.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for finishing with the host country panelists, because I have 3 answers to your question. And the first one is actually listen to our colleague from Verkhovna Rada, because from what she said even in the previous remarks, it is very clear that Ukraine has the biggest amount of experiences with what we are discussing in this panel. So I look forward to what you have to offer in your next answers. The second, or the 2 other points. The first one is, I do think that we need to stop keeping the fight against disinformation and foreign interference elitist. There is no way that another fact-checking organization, with all due respect to fact-checking organizations which need to exist, but there is no way that another one will resolve the anti-establishment movement and the rise of mistrust of people in the system. Thank you. Really, this needs to be a whole of society approach. The whole of society needs to know why we are fighting and that we are fighting. We know that, currently mostly liberal Democrats from larger cities or university students are the ones realizing the danger or fact-checking. But we've seen in Estonian elves, for instance, that they included, by making it an online part-time job, pensioners or people who are on maternity leave. And currently it became something that the stratas, the society parts, which are usually not really part of any fighting disinformation, became a part of it. So I think, elitizing it is very important. And second thing, also very radical opinion, anti-establishment movements thrive when the system does not work. So what we really need to do is take up the political mantle and start making the system work. In Czechia, most people fell into the anti-establishment movement during COVID pandemic because the government completely screwed up the solution of COVID pandemic. So people started to mistrust the system, the institution. You can mistrust politicians. You should mistrust politicians. But if you mistrust the system, then that's when democracy dissolves and ends. So I really do think that politicians should realize it, stop using disinformation for their own benefit, because then they will lose the institutions in which they are happily sitting right now. Thank you.
And what I really took away from that was the idea of gamify spotting and fighting disinformation, and also governments learning to say that they don't know when they don't know something, because what happened a lot with COVID was people would make declarations that this is the only way to do things, new research would come out, they would have to change their minds, and it undermined the original message. So with that, Minister, we come back to you.
It was, I think, the beginning of 2018 when we banned in Ukraine Russian networks of Kontakte and Odnoklassnik, or maybe it's 2017, I might be mistaken. And at that point, I did serve in the government, and I had this whole lineup of the EU ambassadors coming to see me saying, how come you are actually, and I was responsible for European integration and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, how come you are actually cutting on the freedoms, and that is the freedom because those are networks, social networks, where people can express their views and so on. We have had a real serious data that actually showed how those networks were working against national interest of Ukraine, how they were threatening our national security. But that required a lot of work, a lot of data gathering, and a lot of argumentation. So, and that was the right move for us at that point to do. At least some of the protection has come in. But that is to say that there is a very fine and difficult line between this preservation of democracy and making sure that we are defending democracy, that we are actually putting up these firewalls to protect our societies from the external influence, from the manipulation, from propaganda, and from ruining on the basis of the instruments of democracy, or by the instruments of democracy, ruining what we've been trying to build on. I think that we have to ensure that there is a lot of serious work of intelligence and a lot of serious work of law enforcement that could expose any of the financial connections, any of the financial inputs that are coming to those political forces, political figures that are trying to exploit the far right or far left or very populistic agenda for the people and basically ruin this fabric, a societal fabric. That's one thing. Also with regard to how they operate on those societal, social networks and so on. But that is, again, a very professional, highly demanding type of work, and also that has to be done under scrutiny and under clear and very kind of mandate that is controlled by the state as well. And that is difficult. But that has to be, states have to put some resources in that in order to protect them, on the top of what my colleagues were saying with the all society effort to try to push back on this.
Thank you. That's a great place to end, that while Europe is catching up with its overdue homework of building its own capacity to defend itself, it's also got to think about defending the psyche of its very people. And with that, I want to thank the panelists very much. And we are going to have a quick change to the next panel. So I will invite you all off the stage. And while these panelists are leaving the stage, we are shortly going to hear from an overseas guest. Mr. Gary Kasparov will be speaking online in a moment. So please keep your seats. Nilov, would you like me to, shall we listen to the video and then I'll call up the guests, or shall I call up the guests? Oh, there's no...
There is online.
I can see Mr. Kasparov now.
Yes, please. So let's invite the guests.
Okay. All righty, let me invite up our next speakers. We have Mr. Helmut Brandstetter, a member of the European Parliament from Austria. Ms. Rasa Unavicene, or Unavicene, probably. And Mr. Radan Kanev. I believe your names are there. Chairman Mikkelsen from Estonia, who I have seen speak many times at the marvelous Leonard Mary Conference. And First Deputy Chair Ostap Semarak from our host country. And joining us on video, we have Mr. Gary Kasparov. Good to see you again, sir. So we will go to you first on video to share your thoughts. The name of this particular panel is How to Live with Russia. So I want to open with that question to you. How are we going to live with Russia, led by Putin?
You changed the question. How to live with Russia or how to live with Russia with Putin? Those are two very different questions, by the way. First of all, greetings. I'm in Bucharest now, so not far away, same time zone. And as you know, Romania is also about to make a historic choice, whether it stays with European allies or moves alongside Hungary and Slovakia to the opposite direction. I just recorded 2 interviews this morning trying to communicate a message to Romanian people about the historic choice and about their options and the consequences of these options. Now, just before I answer the question, I want to make a comment about the panel that you just finished. You know, I couldn't agree more with everything that's been said, but it seems to me that the people who spoke there, they came from elsewhere. So talking about France, Germany, and other European countries that had such a massive influence of Russian propaganda and, of course, the political consequences, the forces that openly aligning with Putin's agenda, including genocidal war in Ukraine, you know, nobody wants to talk how come that these parties, they gained this prominence, as if, you know, there was nothing else. I mean, how come that Putin got so much money? And why not talk about those politicians like Angela Merkel that built this dependence of Europe on Russia, or French President Nicolas Sarkozy, who basically negotiated this shameful peace, so-called peace with the Republic of Georgia, covering up Putin's naked aggression back in 2008. Nothing is happening in a vacuum. And there's a failed European policy to recognize the threat coming from Russia. My first article talking about existential threat to a free world from Putin was published on January 4th, 2001. And I've been saying about this growing threat year after year. But Europe didn't want to hear that. I mean, even today, the fourth year of this war, of this naked aggression, the full-scale invasion, of course, the war started in 2014, Europe is still, you know, contemplating what's the best way to help Ukraine. North Korea has provided more to Russia than the entire Europe for Ukraine. It's a shame. The first thing that we should do now is, because you actually split this question, leave with Russia or leave with Russia under Putin. The Russia under Putin is a war camp. And you have to recognize you are at war, and it's not I'm telling you, it's Putin has been telling you. For years, he has been telling you that his goal was, is, and will be to take a revenge for what he believed was World War III. It's Cold War. And he's very consistent. You cannot blame him for not being consistent. Ukraine is an open battlefield, but he has been using all means at his disposal, money, algorithms, to influence politics. And let's say he is successful. He has been winning, you know, battle after battle because Europe is still shy to say we are at war. What did you do to recognize this war? You couldn't even recall ambassadors. Sanctions are just hurting Russian economy, but of course, you know, the business finds ways to go through the third countries. So you have today, in a faked Victory Day in Moscow on the parade, the demonstration of the unity of dictators. Xi Jinping is sitting next to Putin. There's a clear message. They're all together. China, North Korea, Iran, all these Central Asian countries, they decided to stay with Putin because Putin looks unfortunate, looks strong.
Yeah, and Slovakia
Europe is still
and Serbia
deciding
as
how
well.
can we act. So there's so many things that can be done. And this is the answer to the first question, how to live with Putin. You cannot live in peace with Russia because Russian algorithm under Putin is war. From the top of the government to kindergarten, it's a war camp. It's a war propaganda. It's a war finance. It's a war industry. So the only way to live with Russia in the future is to make sure that the imperial virus that has been contaminating the minds of Russians for centuries is eradicated. And the only way to eradicate it is to defeat Russia. So first of all, please say, Ukraine must win, Russia must lose. Maybe it's time to say that now. Can you pronounce this word instead of we stand with Ukraine as long as it takes and the rest of the nonsense? Because nothing will offer Russia, my country, a chance to re-enter the family of civilized nations, but this eradication of imperial minds. And empire must die in their minds, and the only way to do that is to make sure Russia loses. And I see only one way to have this shocking experience. It's for Russian public. It's Ukrainian flag raised again in Sevastopol. Anything short of that will not offer Russia a chance. And make sure, if Putin wants to destroy the free world, the goal is to eliminate the regime which is posing the greatest threat to not only to Europe, but to the world. It's a cancer. You don't negotiate with cancer, you cut it off. Europe failed to deal with Hungary. Then you had Slovakia. You may have Czech Republic now. And of course, you have political forces like AfD in Germany or Sarah Wagenknecht, don't forget far left. You have France and other countries where the pro-Putin forces gaining ground. Even in 2022, 2 months after, or the next 2 months after this full-scale invasion, more than, I think, 52 or 53% of French voters in the first ballot presidential elections voted for openly pro-Putin parties in France. So this threat is real, and I think it's time to recognize it and to offer a chance for Russia to recover. I'm not sure Russia can recover in this current geographical borders because the country is in terrible shape, and of course China is waiting, patiently waiting for the moment where they can recover its what they call lost territories in the 19th century. But the key question is, now, to live with Putin's Russia, I mean, be realistic and recognize that this is the war that, unlike in chess, you have no tie. You cannot make a draw. And the most important battle is Ukraine. Say Ukraine must win and start acting as you want to win.
Thank
you. I mean,
you.
one of the things you can do, and you must have done ages ago, it's a cut Russian oil export. So 60% of Russian oil export comes from the northern.
We'll dig into that. I want to go to Ms. Yuknevichina. Does your country agree? Do the people in your country feel that Putin must be defeated? And are they ready to spend and volunteer towards that end?
Of course, no doubts. Not maybe 100%, but at least 80%, I'm sure they want to. Yes, what is my thoughts on the same topic when I was trying to find the right messages? What should be done about Russia? Very clear answer. To defeat Kremlin regime in this war and not to be afraid to defeat. The democratic world is much stronger than Putin's Russia, much stronger. And sorry to say this, but we could have already won if the aid to Ukraine had been sufficient when the Ukrainians pushed the Russians out of Kherson and Kharkiv. That was the crucial moment. But then there was a fear of Putin's blackmail and fear to defeat Putin, fear to defeat, to crush this terrible regime in the Western capitals.
Who's responsible for that failure?
I mean that those who have resources, military resources, be it across both sides of Atlantic. And this naturally second message that follows from this, what I already said, is that our main problem today is maybe not Russia, but ourselves. Why? Because we do not have a clear unified strategy towards Russia. You are asking me what is our opinion in Baltics on Russia or Finland, but we are only maybe most powerful saying that we need strategy, and strategy with no fear to defeat Putin's regime, not only to help Ukraine to win, which is also some question mark in some capitals, but not to afraid to defeat this terrible regime, because many are feared to have such a strategy, and the answer to the question how to live with Russia.
Well, wait, do you say that they're afraid to defeat Russia because of the revenge?
Because they are afraid that Russia will be, they will have problems with defeated Russia if it will collapse, if maybe it will be some problems, territory problems, or something like this. I am witnessing that the same approach was when we Lithuanians declared our independence in 1990. Look, in few months, in 1990, Vytautas Landsbergis, our head of state at that time, received letter from Margaret Thatcher, Helmut Kohl, and President of France, Mitterrand. The letter was very polite, but the essence of that letter was, please, guys, don't shake the boat. And the essence of the letter was that maybe you can do something not to destroy Soviet Union in between the lines. And that was what we were not listening to. We did that, and today we are here. We didn't disappear from the map. And the same is the same with Russia. We are providing with military support, of course, is huge, but not enough to defeat Russia. Some people even today think that it's possible to be back to business as usual, to make this peace deal, and then Russia will become like a country we can cooperate with it. It's tragic mistake. It's tragic mistake which can be, I mean, vital for many Europeans. So Russia is like a street bandit, a mafia. So the war strategy against it is to cooperate with that bandit. And for me, it's very clear. As medical doctor, I can say to you, it's the same as to refuse surgery for cancer. So we have to use this radical surgical treatment with the long-term chemotherapy. After that, deputinization, I mean, and the best surgeon who can do this today is Ukraine.
Fantastic. So that's a tall order. Mr. Kanev, would your public be ready to defeat Putin?
Here I must say that first I fully agree with my colleague Rasi Junkiewicz and with Mr. Kasparov on fairly human level. And then I'm afraid we are not there. Because politically, we as Europe are at the present moment only able, in the best case scenario, to resist. And my answer is that's what we need to do. We need to effectively resist, and question is, resist what? We obviously have the full-fledged Russian aggression against a European country, against Ukraine. And then on the other hand, we have the present US administration's policy that we cannot overlook. And here, I must say I have a definition I haven't heard for the last couple of days. Maybe because I've been grown in Bulgaria in the 90s, so I have a very fair view on business practice that's not so common anymore, not even in New York City. And it's called protection racket. And all the elements of the behavior of the Trump administration and his inner circle have all the requisites of what we call protection racket against Europe. And first problem we need to solve is, are we going to yield? Are we going to bow to it? Or we're going to resist? And I see a number of European countries eager to yield. Unfortunately, mine seems to be one of them, not very clearly, not the way Hungary or Slovakia does it, but in a frankly hesitant way, trying to play a political double game, which is certainly not an effective approach. In order to win against the Putin regime someday, because we know it's not today, I'm not very, let's say, enthusiastic to present a solution which is not realistic today. We need to effectively resist today. We need to be extremely united against this threat. To be extremely united, it means to have a defense union, a European defense union. I would say something more. It means to have a European Union. Because a union which is not a defense union, politically is no union. And we see it in Europe now.
it might be economically highly effective, or even not effective enough, even from that point of view, because of the lack of unity and hard force. We need the defense union to stand against Russian military power and to stand against US protection racket as long as it takes place. And I must say, there is obviously a number of member states that will not join. Not presently. That is the big problem.
Would not join in a campaign to defeat Russia?
No, they won't join a defense union. So they will not be part of it. Hungary won't be part of it until Orban is in power. Slovakia won't be part of it until Fico is in power, or maybe never, frankly, about Slovakia, looking at their political history. Bulgaria might easily not be part of it. Romania is under question mark, which is an unpleasant surprise. It was without a question mark just a few months ago. So could we end up with a defense union which does not comprise all 27, and which does comprise someone out of the 27? That's the big question. It's a very bold question to have on the table. I would say yes, maybe, and maybe it will be the real union then, because security and defense is what makes a union real.
So we go next to Mr. Brandstetter. How would Austria respond?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here. And every time I come to Ukraine, I've been a few times during the war as the chair of the Austrian-Ukrainian Friendship Group of the Austrian Parliament. I really see what a resilience and what a great people and what you're doing here for all of us in Europe. And I want to stress this point. And I can tell you, as you know, Austria is a neutral country, but I've been also once with the president of our parliament from the Conservative Party in Kyiv, and he was speaking in the parliament, and he said, we will support Ukraine as long as it takes. And this government and the huge majority in the parliament will support Ukraine. But, and now it's a very important point, there is a growing right-wing, I say right-wing extremist party in Austria, so-called FPÖ, and they have a contract with Putin's party from 2016. They have a very good relationship, and they would stop all support and they would stop all sanctions. But it's not only Austria, it's the unity of Europe, and I think this is the first thing we have to work on. If I read today that Hungarians are spying on Ukraine, they are not part of Europe, they are not part of the European Union anymore, and we have to say that clearly. We need this European unity because otherwise we will not have a chance. But I want to go further. I think we need, as far as, and that's the question, what do we do with Russia? I think we need a two-way strategy. First strategy, the Russians have to feel the pain. We need more sanctions. We need all the assets, not only the interest rate, but the assets in the West has to be given to Russia. And I don't want to see all those children of the elites dancing in the London and Nice clubs and so on and so forth. We have to be much more strict as far as that is concerned. And which also is very important, and Mr. Kasparov said, Putin is very successful as far as disinformation is concerned. And here I must say, also in Austria. But we have now in the European Parliament this Commission for Democracy Shield, and we're working very hard, and I think we will be very good at that. But that's not enough. So my second step of the strategy would be we also have to inform the Russian people. And don't call me naive. I know how difficult it is. And I know how many Russians don't care. And I know it's very difficult. And I also know that Putin says there's only one Russian people, there are no individuals. But let's not believe. There are also individuals. There are very different groups in the Russian society. There are many people living outside Russia anymore. And I really think it's the task of the European Union. It's the task of the European Commission. And I said it to Mrs. Virkkunen and a few other commissioners, and I will not get tired to repeating it. We have to have a strategy to inform the Russian people that they are lied on every day, that all what they tell, what they got told in television, whatever, that's all lies, and to explain them what's really happening. So I think it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a very long-time strategy. But Mr. Kasparov told about 2001, you know, so I know that will not take tomorrow. And I know from the beginning of the Cold War to CSCE, it took like 25 years. It will take a long time. But please, let's start to try to single out different groups of the Russian society and to give them information, because they haven't got it now and we didn't do it. And I think that's our job.
I definitely want to get to that a little bit later, but I first want to go to our last two panelists to speak this first round. Chairman Mickelson, the Estonians have led the way in spending more. When Russia invaded Ukraine and I was visiting, I know your homeland defense force got a massive infusion of everyday people who realized the threat was real and signed up to defend in a real counterinsurgency fashion. It seems that Estonia gets it, that Putin needs to be defeated. How are you doing, and how would you grade your fellow Europeans?
First of all, I 100% support what Garry Kasparov just told us in his remarks. In 1995, in February 1995, when I worked as a journalist in Moscow, I covered also the war in Chechnya, and I met President Tudayev in February 1995. And during the interview he gave to me, he said that, you see, Marco, this is what is happening here in Chechnya. This war is going to last at least next 50 years. If Chechnya will be demolished, then Georgia will follow, Crimea, Ukraine, Baltic states, maybe Poland, maybe entire Europe. And when I asked him about what is your sort of prediction, why are you so pessimistic about, he said that, I know as Soviet general how deep is imperial disease in this society. And this was in February 1995. Nobody knew about Putin. Nobody knew about this KGB coup d'etat, which happened a few years later. So ever since, I'm more than sure that if we want to live in peace with our neighbors, Russians or Russia, then there is no other way that we have to defeat this imperial mindset, both militarily but also with other means as well. And somebody said here in panel that we don't have a kind of good chance to do that, or this is not reachable, or this is not realistic. Then I would like to say that if Chechens were able in 1996 to defeat federal forces in their fight 30 years ago, then today, when we see what Ukrainians have done during the last 11 years, this is unique chance, the best possible chance at all what we have right now to avoid us, Europe, to go into major war, to help Ukrainians to win in this war. Remember what yesterday heroes of Ukraine told us. They don't need peace, they need victory. And this is the only way today what we have to focus on. The only resource or only goal and strategic goal what we have to put our resources behind. And that also brings us to the question, do we have capacity as European allies to deter Russians on our borders, but also to make sure that Ukraine has that help what is needed to prevail in this major war against Russian imperialism. And I think that, I've been in Parliament now more than 20 years, and I've seen how divided we have been throughout these years when it comes to when we, talked about growing threat from Russia, both prior to 2008 and after 2008. Then Russia attacked Georgia in order to stop NATO enlargement to the South Caucasus. And, now we hear time to time, and okay, we had to listen to you earlier on, and so, but what I see today, yeah, our allies and partners, they tell us that, yes, we had to listen to you, but when we ask, do you listen right now? Do you hear our concerns at the moment? Then I don't think that the fair answer is yes, we hear. Because if Kaja Kallas, High Representative of the EU, who today is with foreign ministers in Lviv at this particular moment, celebrating Europe's Day in Ukraine, when she first visited as a High Representative Kyiv, she said about that we have to stay with Ukraine until victory. And she was later on criticized by anonymous diplomats in Europe that, oh, how come she used the word victory? We haven't agreed upon that this word can be used by European top officials. And if we have this, it tells us that we don't have strategy. Russia has a strategy to defeat, to destroy Ukraine, to defeat NATO, to destroy NATO. What kind of strategy we have today? When fourth year of massive war is going on in middle of Europe, which is not war against Ukraine only, but this is war against the West. And today, if we see what Xi and Putin declared together in Moscow, and we have to be very, very alarmed that they are very strongly aligned against us. And if we don't have strategy, which is number one goal in that strategy should be to help Ukraine to win in this war, and Russian regime must be defeated in this war of aggression, what they started. Then we have a huge trouble ahead.
I hear what you're saying, that since Europe isn't consistently saying no and forcefully, Russia hears a yes, because Russia will always take unopposed space as open and available. So, Chairman Semerak, you have heard good things from all the panelists, I'm sure all the right things, but how would you grade how Europe is actually doing in executing its opposition to Russia and helping Ukraine physically fight the Russian invasion?
Thank you. I would like to start with my greetings to Harry Kasparov, that we met with him first time in December 2011 on Bolotnaya Street. We were participating in meetings supporting democracy and democratic development in Russia. We were on a stage of that rally, and probably, Garrick, you remember that was minus 20 degrees. It was so cold, and we were talking a lot about the future. And I was there as well to support not only the movement, democratic movements, as a member of Ukrainian parliament, but as well to support my friend Boris Nemtsov, who is unfortunately shot. On that stage, as well, Navalny was. Now he is died, and Garrick unfortunately cannot be in Russia, in Moscow, because of the politically motivated prosecutions. And I'm fully supporting his words about the task to defeat regime and to defeat today's Russia. I remember words, and I fully agreed with the words that Boris Nemtsov told me, that only when Russian and Ukrainian governments will be serving in both our countries, will be democratic governments, that is the only chance for the peaceful life and for the cooperation of our two countries. And that is not only about Ukraine and Russia, that's about Europe. If we will look in a latest 35 post-Soviet history, Ukraine-Russian relations, today's war, that is not the first one. The first crisis, so-called Crimea crisis, happened in 1991, and it was during 3 years and finished by the dividing of the Black Sea fleet. Then we have to remember territorial conflict on a Tuzla island. Then gas wars, 2005, then 2008, 09, 2013, then annexation of Crimea in 2014 and Donetsk and Lugansk. But unfortunately, plans were absolutely with a bigger scale. Mentioned Nemtsov when he was first deputy prime minister, and that was in a period of Yeltsin presidency. He told me that he, together with Chubais, presented to President of Russian Federation Yeltsin the plan of the so-called plan of the economic annexation of Crimea, and it was in 1997, 1998. But what is interesting, that President of Russian Federation Yeltsin stopped them and told them, guys, Crimea is the part of Ukraine, don't touch it. And he was fully ashamed after that, and my conclusion is that Russia can cooperate with Europe only in a sense if there is a democratic government. And preparing to today talk, I dig a little bit about polls, and I found very interesting one from 2024. It's 1 year old, let's say, presented by Gallup. And in that polls, there was the question: do you agree or disagree with the statement, democracy may have its flaws, but it is the best system of government? I will start from, let's say, United States, because we were talking about the United States. So the positive answer was 69% and negative 11%. Middle East, 59% positive and 22% negative. Okay, a lot of different regions, but let's say about Russia, 22% positive, 22, and 13 against, and 65 they were as well against, because they were not willing to answer. And what does it mean? That means that unfortunately we cannot talk about good Russians or bad Russians. And again, all policies that was in Russia in supporting democratic movements failed, unfortunately failed. And now we have to win this war. We have to build, for the moment, to dig a big canyon between democratic world and this undemocratic Russia.
Of course, the question would be, did democratic efforts in Russia fail, or did a very wily opponent defeat them? But I want to go back to Garry Kasparov, because the chairman brought up good Russians and bad Russians. I've also heard about good Russian opposition and bad Russian opposition. How do you weaponize the opposition to defeat Putin? Or how do you pull the Russian people away from Putin and away from the beliefs that he's inculcated in them?
If Russian history is any guide, the only way to force reforms in Russia is to inflict a major defeat, geopolitical, military. For the last 200 years, there was the same algorithm. Any victory, whether Napoleonic War or World War II, led to the strengthening of the regime and abandoning of the reforms. Any defeat, whether it was Crimean War in the middle of the 19th century or Russo-Japanese War or Cold War in Afghanistan, led to reforms. That's it. And also stop, just talking about misinformed Russian population. I mean, it's enough of this nonsense. So yes, we had probably 15 to 20% of Russians who opposed the war on moral grounds. That's probably coincided with the polls and with early polling. And we saw some demonstrations in February, early March 2022. Not big, but it's probably reflected this 15%, which is, by the way, pretty big number. Even 10% of Russians is 14 million people. But now people have to live with this harsh reality. I'm not here to find any excuses for those who are working in Russia and helping Putin's military war machine. But just tell me, you have Europeans, did you offer these people a chance? More than 1 million Russians, by some estimation 3 million Russians, left in 2022. They moved to Kazakhstan, to Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Georgia, anywhere they could go without a visa. By the way, most of these people had to go back, and they're working now for Russian drones, Russian missiles. Did you offer them a plan? I've been working with Michael Khodorkovsky. We came up with a declaration, so-called Berlin Declaration, back in May 2022, that, among other things, contained 3 key elements that Russians had to accept to move from Russia to the free world. War is criminal, regime is illegitimate, Crimea is Ukraine. When you sign such a declaration, you will have a chance to apply for residence elsewhere.
Gary, let me see if I...
And America had a
Gary, I need to understand something before you go on. Are you saying the only way for Russians to embrace democracy is to leave Russia and to be taken in by European countries?
No, they're 2 different things. First, we're talking about how to win the war.
Okay.
This is the. I mean, expecting Russians to do something is like expecting Germans to rise in 1943 or 1944. Just again, stop. Selling illusions. People, by the way, in Russia, they can get the information. But let's talk about this. You want to talk about 50% of Russians who may still be opposing the war. Where can they go? So this is, what do you offer them? I mean, the rise against Putin. Come on. Also, the war is profitable. So the Putin regime made war as the engine of Putin's power. So war is beneficial for many Russians at many levels. Yes, the huge losses, but losses never change the minds of Russians. The loss of the war will change. So the two sides of the problem. One is how to win the war. Putin has manpower to throw them in so-called meat attacks in Ukraine. He doesn't have the same brain power. If you can lure 500,000 Russians that are working in engineering, in computer and finance out of Russia, that will be a big problem. Again, it's just, I would talk about good Russians or bad Russians. You're talking about winning the war, and you need to organize a brain drain. Europe offered nothing. Most of the sanctions that you imposed, they're not hurting Russian oligarchs, they're hurting ordinary Russians. So this is, you can't even open a bank account. I'm a citizen of Europe. I'm a Croatian passport for 10 years. So the reason, by the way, the computer doesn't recognize me as a Russian, because in my passport it says Azerbaijan. I was born in Baku in Azerbaijan. So machine doesn't know I'm a Russian, even with my Croatian passport. So, but the key question is do not go beyond the end of the war, speaking about a future of Russia. As for the days when Russia hopefully will lose the war, Ukraine will win, I can tell you, majority of my compatriots are not going to embrace democracy because they believe in it. The only way to force them in the right direction is to make them understand. The choice is becoming Chinese colony, a satellite of China, or making all the concessions, territorial concessions, sending war criminals to Hague, and to be accepted back in Europe.
It
so
sounds
it's not
like
a choice by heart.
It sounds like what you're saying is that the Russian people will abandon Putin because they turn on losers. So
Yes,
if Putin
that's
is
it.
defeated, but that doesn't necessarily mean that after Putin is defeated, that the Russian people will embrace democracy or the European way of doing things.
But they will have to make a choice, and I think choosing between China's resource colony and part of Europe, I think they will take the latter because that's more profitable. So it's democracy in Russia can win only by default.
I see what
the other choices are really bad.
Got it. I see what.
But to reach this point, we have to make sure that all Russians that are willing now to leave Russia, they will have this opportunity.
Okay, so you have homework from Gary that you've got to welcome and encourage a brain drain from Russia. You've got to attack Russians' gas profits, and you've got to enable Ukraine to win so that, and then you've got to be ready when Putin eventually falls to woo the Russians. I want to, with our less than 15 minutes left, ask what happens to these efforts if the Trump administration decides in the next 6 months to follow through with its outline of restarting diplomatic and economic ties with Russia. Our lady at the end, please.
Okay. Thank you. Look, it's exactly the same, I think, question which was previously commented by Gary Kasparov and you asked me now. And I will start saying that history matters. Why? According to my knowledge, it's about 80% of Germans in 1945 still trusted, still believed in Hitler. In 1945. And what happened? Only when he was defeated and only after decades of denazification process, Germany today is very different and very good example, by the way, for Russia. Of course, maybe it would be more difficult with Russia to deal the same way because it was longer than Nazism or fascism operated in Germany. This country never ever had democracy, different regimes, only totalitarian regimes. But nevertheless, look what happened in Eastern Germany during the last European Parliament election. What happened? Look to the map. It's exactly like division, the same division, Western Germany and Eastern Germany, when we look to the outcome of the election. Why? Some experts say, and I think it's true, that because Eastern Germans didn't went through denazification, and I mean didn't went through detotalitarianization. They don't have this experience. And that's why many people in other countries, they faced this Soviet totalitarian regime. I think Romania also is the same example. So, answering to your question on Trump, I think it would be, I already mentioned, didn't mentioning Washington, D.C. It would be historical mistake. Historical mistake. What if they will do this, what they are doing? Again, history matters. Imagine the same deal with Hitler. And we had in history, 1938 is exactly the same historical mistake. Chamberlain and others, when the imagination was that the deal was for peace, but the deal was for even bigger war and even more bloody war. So I am sure 100%, please, dear Americans, God bless America, especially after yesterday's events. God bless America is important, but really, God bless America. It's really would be a crucial mistake.
Madam Minister, I just have to do a follow-up. If you were sitting across from Pete Hegseth in your previous role as defense minister, God bless America wouldn't be enough to change his mind. What would you tell him?
The same what I was telling you now, exactly the same examples and saying that it's really crucial, huge mistake, and what will happen? It will be much more costly for the United States to liberate some countries like Baltic countries or other countries as it happened after 1938. So it's exactly the same scenario. And of course, I understand that it's very difficult to go out from their promises. And now they are in Washington, D.C. I see that this administration, they are like hostages of this populism which prevailed before the election. And this war against Biden, against others, sometimes happens with us politicians, that hatred becomes like a main ideology.
But that's what you've got to work with, unfortunately.
Yes,
so
of course.
you're going to have to. I have to tell you, historical examples tend not to work with Trump officials, so you're going to have to come up with some other way.
Okay.
Mr. Brandstater, you wanted to jump in.
Yes. First of all, Trump will have trade deals, trade deals with Europe. We have to be very strong. We are stronger, 450 millions. He needs us. So I would tell him, if you want to have a trade deal with us, you will not have the trade deal with Russia. That's very simple. By the way, the same goes for Ukraine. If he wants the deal for the rare earth, you can do it with us, but not with Russia. And unity. If we stand together, we are way stronger than Trump, number one. Number two, because gas was mentioned, we will reduce, and by 2027, no more gas from, you probably don't believe it, but I'm sure we're going to make that. And the next thing, prepare. We have to prepare for the moment when Putin is defeated, but what are we doing then? And what I mean with information, we have to single out, and if it's only 22% of the Russian population, we have to talk to them. We have to find different ways to talk to them, but we have to start now. We have to prepare that. And I will close with Robert Schuman today, 9th of May, why not? He said it needs concrete achievements of solidarity. Solidarity in Europe with Ukraine. If we do that, then we are stronger than Russia, and then we are stronger than Trump. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
A little bit on your question about Trump. The best, I guess, to tell them that, guys, that will be the fail of your MAGA strategy. And they have to read again today's statement of leader of China, Xi, in Moscow. And they proclaimed in Moscow that they are opposing the current order of the world. They want to build new one, and there will be no big America there. There will be something else. I don't know what. And from my point of view, if we are asking or talking about what is the best answer to, in this case, to Putin, no doubt, the best answer to Putin and his regime is the successful Ukraine, successful Europe, united Europe. And we cannot live in the conditions of very close cooperation with NATO. That was proclaimed even today on this stage. We need to be a part of NATO. Ukraine is in a moment, that is the moment that we have to be a part of NATO, and that will be the part of that European success, the success of the democratic world.
But the Trump administration has said not only will you not join NATO, but they are threatening to warm up relations with Russia. That's got to be an existential threat for you.
Right, but they want America to be great again. And without that, that is impossible.
Mr. Kneff, what would it do to your population? Could they steel their spines and stand against Russia if Washington was in cahoots with Moscow?
Short answer, no. And that's a big problem. And that's the problem that we are facing in Europe. In the eyes of many Europeans, as in the eyes of the regime in Kremlin, as in Washington, in the government of Mr. Trump, Europe, the European Union, seems very, very weak. So the way the Americans now look at us is the same way that the Russians look at us, and it's the same way a significant part of our population, forming a majority in certain member states, looks at the European Union. It's very weak. And that's why I'm saying, following the path to victory is a difficult task. It's not enough to declare we want to follow it. We need to see the traps, and there are many, following that path. And first we need to do is to show we are not weak. And we can show it to the racketeers in Washington and to aggressors in Moscow at the same time. And we haven't done it. I'm afraid that for a couple of days here, the tone has been far too optimistic. We still hear the very strong hope that the situation between Europe and the US will somehow change in the near future. That's a clear wishful thinking. It's a possible scenario, but it's not a plausible scenario, I think. So what we must do in order to win is to show that we are surviving now. In the eyes of the US, we are not. We have no cards. In the eyes of the Russians, without the US, we are no one. No way to survive. Neither Ukraine, neither Europe. In our own eyes, so. We don't show strength to our own citizens. So what we have to do now is not simply to declare we want victory, because if you're perceived weak, that means nothing, sorry.
Yes.
We need to show that we are really not afraid, that we are really united, that we have the defense union, which might not comprise Hungary, but it should comprise Ukraine. God knows Ukraine seems to be quite stronger than Hungary today. Huh?
So, I hear you. The only way that Russia will believe that Europe stands against them is if Europe takes active steps to band together, which they haven't yet done. Chairman Mickelson, I have always heard from US intelligence that Estonian intelligence punches way above its weight, really understands Russia. What would happen to Estonian intelligence sharing, or what would you recommend happen if Washington and Moscow reopen full relations? Can you trust them anymore?
You know, I'm not so pessimistic. I see that in our everyday actually life, the partnership is working, and you know, we do our best with American colleagues in different levels that will stay as it is. Yes, there are threats, but you mentioned America and making America great again. I think that it is impossible to make America great again without democratic, sovereign, independent Ukraine. It is impossible to make America great again without strong and united Europe as allies of the United States. But what is most important right now, we have talked about how to live with Russia in the future and what is needed to be done to make sure that the existential threat posed by fascist Russian regime against us, against Ukrainians and Europeans altogether, we have to defeat them. Today is a very symbolic day, 9th of May, so somebody is parading in Moscow, but this is very, very nasty parade, what is happening right now. This is something what resembles us, that we have not defeated fascism yet. 80 years later, they parade. So if we didn't tolerate in 1940s fascism, why we tolerate it today? And if we don't tolerate fascism in our neighborhood, we have to act together. Yes, only words doesn't count. And this is what Russia hopes, that Europe is only great to be concerned, to make declarations, to not go further on of the words. 4th year is major war going on in Europe. And we still don't yet, as Europeans, don't take seriously to invest our own defense. My country, Estonia, is pledged starting from next year to put defense expenditures up to 5% above that. Number of other countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, doing the same. But what about Italy? What about Spain? What about other countries? Because the threat is most serious since 1945, and this is not only theoretical threat, but this is war, what is going on right now. So and in the war, what is most important for our enemy, which is Russia today, they have to understand that we have a will, will to fight and will to win. And this is most important, the message what we have to deliver today to Russia.
Thank you. Gary, I'm going to give you a minute over our panel time to say to this room, what do you need from everyone in this room and on this panel to defeat Putin?
First, be realistic. And by the way, I wouldn't be so pessimistic about the United States. Donald Trump accumulates a lot of power, but he still relies on GOP support in the House and in the Senate. And I don't see how he can be in cahoot with Moscow. Yes, he can take troops away from Europe. He can ignore NATO, but he cannot pull out completely. It's virtually impossible. America is still a democracy. But Europe, I couldn't agree more, must be strong. But please, be realistic. You cannot demand Spain and Portugal to make the same sacrifices and contributions for the war that is so far from them. And also, please don't talk about NATO. NATO is dead. To win, you need to start building something that will have real impact. And it's about those European countries that close to the threat, understand it, have a genetic memory. And again, remember, Europe has more people than the United States. GDP is about the same. Potential is there. And you have to send a message that you're serious, you want Ukraine to win, because the way I see it, and many of my colleagues in Russian opposition, it's victory for Ukraine first, freedom for Russia, hopefully then.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kasparov, panelists in the room, I thank you. And audience, I invite you to head to lunch.
on the Ukrainian side. Of course, there is elections in Romania with Adam. We go there tomorrow. It's not actually it's not pro-Russian movement. It's more anti-establishment movement, which is the case in pretty much every country in Eastern Europe. So this is the problem. I will stop here.
Thank you. Thank you for stopping here, because I would like to elaborate particularly on this matter. What's wrong with our part of Europe? Why this pro-Russian anti-establishment narrative is gaining support in Hungary, in Slovakia, during the Romanian elections, now in Poland? How would you explain the reason that something going wrong or not? You're welcome.
As a sociologist, I'll tell you briefly, because I should be brief here. There are two reasons why Eastern Europe is still different than Western Europe. First of all, traditionally, the tradition of political liberalism, checks and balances, independent judiciary, independent media, separation of power, which comes originally from the liberal tradition, not even democratic, but liberal thoughts, is much weaker in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, we always had to fight for independence. So always anybody who wanted to discuss whether Poland should be liberal, conservative, or something, all of them were treated as guys who are like just wasting our time when we had to be united and stop and only thinking about independence. Second of all, the trust among people and people to institutions, beginning with the state, is much lower in Eastern Europe than in Western. The state was always an enemy in Eastern Europe: Russians, Germans, Soviets, etc., etc. So what we are. And the problem is that the pressure of current things still is so strong that the most important ministry in Polish government, I'm not talking about the wartime, is still Ministry of Finance and not Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Education, somebody that would support NGOs, independent media, etc. If we want to be liberal democracy, we have to have liberals, and this homework is still to be done.
Mm-hmm. And don't you find that...
And like to conclude,
of course,
if there is no trust between people and the state, and then you have two parties, one promise you reforms, another cash, then the cash party always wins, because people don't trust the state that it can deliver the reform. It happened everywhere in Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, only Giorgia Meloni is the first head of the state that comes from populist party. First, only one case, and it's Southern Europe, actually. In Eastern Europe, it is almost a standard, or was like that time before. This is the...
Correct me if I'm wrong. So, in your opinion, FD, Alternative for Germany, is more Eastern European problem than German problem. So the origins, the root causes of FD is that this is the manifestation of East Europeanism or not?
Well, the base for AfD is, of course, in Eastern Germany. They rule there. They can achieve 30%. This was the moment of breakthrough for them in local elections. Then, of course, they invaded the mainstream everywhere in Germany for different reasons. One is an anti-establishment movement, another is migrations, some mistakes of Angela Merkel. Here I'm happy that Friedrich Merz is coming, because probably he hates Merkel's legacy, same as Trump's, Biden's legacy, and he has also his personal reasons. I perceived like at least these three countries, and not only them, of course, as a good chance for Ukraine. And of course, I can say, like Adam, we're going to do everything what's possible to push it into this direction. But I'm pretty sure that Tusk or Sikorski don't even need to be pushed into this direction.
Thank you, Slavomir. I'll be back with further questions to you. But now I'll turn to Микола Княжицький. Микола, дуже дякую, що ви приєдналися. І мене перший...
Mikola, thank you very much for joining us. The first question to you about the Ukrainophobic sentiments in Poland in the context of the forthcoming elections in Poland. How serious are those risks, and what kind of impact they can have on the situation in Ukraine and on the support of Ukraine in Europe? We did not have special pronounced anti-Ukrainian sentiments after the victory of Solidarność. During several governments in Poland, there was a formula which was introduced by Pope John Paul II, that we forgive, we ask for forgiveness. We were laying flowers at the graves of Poles and Ukrainians in our respective countries. We visited each other. We visited the villages where Poles were killed by Ukrainians and Ukrainians killed by Poland. But those were cases that those primarily happened on the territory occupied by Germans. We do remember how Russia tried to fan up the anti-Ukrainian sentiments in Europe, and a number of journals were propagating materials about a standoff between the Poles and Ukrainians, and then the government came to power in Poland, which decided to use this as a political card. But nevertheless, we also had a lot of joint positive things in our relationship, going back to the times of Petlura, Pilsudski, and so on. So they started using this card in their own interests, using anti-American, anti-German, and anti-Ukrainian cards. That was primarily done by the previous Polish government, PiSu. And when the large-scale invasion started, they stopped doing that. We saw that, and we thanked the Poles for supporting Ukrainians. They did support us, but since that seed had been sown in Poland, this card was taken over by the extreme right, who blocked the roads, blocking Ukrainian grain and so on. And now these people play into the hand of Russians, clearly and openly. And I'm sure that the goal of Russia is to stoke those sentiments in Poland now. And this card is pretty much being used now as well. Now we are in the situation when Europe, well, actually, Ukraine is a part of joint European security. What is the EU now? It has changed its forms and visions of the future. There's G5, Poland, Germany, France, Spain, and Italy. There are Nordic countries in cooperation with Poland and the Baltic countries who unite in supporting Ukraine. There's the Great Britain and Ireland and Norway, which are not members of the EU, but they are involved in European politics. Even Turkey is involved and engaged in the European politics. And here, the role of Poland is very strong, because jointly with Germany and France in the Weimar Triangle, Poland is one of the major countries of Europe, and they're very much interested in Ukraine's victory, because otherwise Poland will be next. And Poland knows that Putin and Medvedev set their sights on Poland, and they openly declare this. Russia will continue supporting ultra-right and Eurosceptic movements. And I think that politicians, sensible politicians in Poland, understand that they have to support Ukraine. The case in point, Mr. Tusk and Sikorsky and other similar politicians who are the first to support us, who stand for our interests in the world. So I do not see any major threat of anti-Ukrainian sentiments in Poland, except for the ultra-right forces which are being supported by Russia. And if there were elections in Ukraine, I'm sure that here Russia would bet on the pro-Russian and ultra-right and anti-European forces. Thank you very much. It's very important for us to understand what's going on in Poland, because Poland has done so much for Ukraine, and their contribution into our victory is not less than the assistance we've received from the Nordic countries or the US. Poland has been unwavering in that support. But obviously, any manifestation of hatred which can be inspired by Russia triggers a certain reaction in Ukraine. And how should we act to be wise responding to that? Well, we once used to say that Democrats in Ukraine can get united only if they face a firing squad before the execution. And now there's no alternative for us and Poland but to get united. We have the strongest army in Ukraine, and cooperation with Poland in defense, in defense industry, in intelligence, the advocacy for interests of Poland in Europe. And I don't see any major contradictions here. But there is one thing which we should not forget: the values. One way or another, historically, we came out of the great princedom of Lithuanian, and that was a free society with the election of the rules and so on. So we historically are united by the values of democracy. And solidarity was the result of a liberal democratic revolution that happened there. The same about Maidan in Ukraine. So we are united by those values. And those values are very much jeopardized in Europe. We see what is going on in Romania, in Germany, the rise of ultra-right parties for whom these values mean nothing. But Ukraine is vitally interested in that, because this is pretty much something that our survival hinges on. And it's important that those values are upheld in the US, our largest ally as well, because there's a big temptation to depart from that and to set up these pseudo-religious states. I say pseudo-religious because all those appeals under the disguise of support of religion are in fact anti-Christian. But true liberal values are something which will unite us. My next question is to Mr. Brazer. I'm thankful to you for your presence. If you want to respond in Polish, go right ahead. I wanted to ask you, do you feel what is called fatigue from Ukraine in Poland and elsewhere in Europe?
It's an honor to stand before you today, because for me, Kyiv is more just capital today. Kyiv is a symbol. Kyiv is a capital of courage. Kyiv is a capital of freedom. And Kyiv is a capital of dignity. And Kyiv is a capital in the informational war and the hybrid war. It's very important because yesterday Mr. Yatsenyuk talked about this dimension of war for our societies. It's very important, and we must be aware in Europe that this is a war not just against Ukraine. This is not just a brutal, conventional war against you. We must be aware that this is a huge informational war against whole of us, against whole Europe. This is a war against our beliefs. This is a war against our souls. And this is a war against our minds. And Russia interferes into our democracies. And Russia wants to destroy our unity, and Russia wants to break us. And I stand before you today not just a Polish politician, but also as a European. Our Ukrainian-Polish agreement has been built for years. Poland was the first country in the world that recognized Ukraine's independence in August 1991, thanks to Adam Michnik, who is today with us, a great, honest friend of Ukraine. And Poles were at Maidan in 2004, and our Ukrainian-Polish friendship was the most visible after Russia's aggression, when millions of Ukrainians, women, children, knew where to go, to Poland. It was a natural move. And we gather today to ask who will lead Europe? And in my opinion, the answer is clear. We will do it together, Ukraine and EU, side by side, defending peace, defending freedom, defending our values, and defending our common Western civilization. And I want to emphasize that Europe is not just a geography. Europe is not, EU is not just institutions. EU is not just treaties, procedures, sometimes bureaucracy, but EU is the union of values. And when values are attacked, it's our duty, it's our common obligation to defend our common values. Not just to speak, but to act. And as a member of the EP, I'm proud to say that the EU is the biggest Ukrainian supporter. We have provided almost $200 billion for Ukraine. It was financial support, it was humanitarian refugee support, it was very important military support. And we are aware that this is not a form of charity, but this is our common investment into our European future. Not only in speeches, but in real efforts, but in real deeds and in real actions. And today we are more united than ever. And to my Ukrainian friends, I will say one thing: you are not alone. We are with you. You are not a so-called gray area. You are a great nation. You are not a buffer zone. You are Europe. And we know that your victory is the key for the peace in whole Europe.
Mr. President, I thank you very much for this optimistic and very strong voice. On a personal note, I wish to thank for your personal efforts in Poland, in the European Parliament, and we value very much the continued support of Ukraine. And now my question goes over to Luisa Ribas. Luisa, how it looks from the Estonian perspective? I mean, the external pressure that this part of Europe experiences, what kind of strategies would you advise, or how should we act to preserve the unity within our part of Europe, and with that unity has to have an impact upon other parts of Europe? So what's your vision? How these things look like from Estonia?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers to having me here. It's a great honor to be here. First of all, I'm quite young, as you said in a first introduction, but still I have some historical memory from my childhood. So Estonia, together with Poland and also with Baltic states, Baltic neighbors, has been warning about Russia imperial ambitions since 2008 when they attacked Georgia. Then we did it again in 2014 when they invaded to Ukraine. We were often heard, but politely acknowledged maybe, but rarely understood. Our values, I have to say, have never differed from our Western allies. But what was different was that our perception of the Kremlin real brutality and our and of geopolitical reality, that was different. And I have to say we didn't overreact then, or 2014 or 22. We saw it clearly and we still see it. And in 2022, when missiles struck Kyiv, many others finally saw it too. Some thanks to, of course, the public opinion. It helped a lot. And since then, many have told us, and also for me, that, yeah, you were right. Yeah, we were right. And we still are right. But we don't have to be right in a retrospective, like in 10 years or today. We want to be listened to and now, because we want Ukraine to win this war, and we want that Ukraine will be supported not just cautiously, not conditionally, but fully, and to the victory, of course. And what's my point? I want to be very clear that Russia can lose this war. This is actually possible. And it must lose this war. Because history shows that even the tiny democratic shift in Russia or the Soviet Union has only come after strategic weakness. And we have to make that happen, that weakness, we have to make it happen. All together with our allies and Western allies, all together. But if I have to answer the question that who will lead and or who or how should lead Europe, if I could choose by myself, then I would prefer that Europe and its security is led together with Ukraine. Because if I have to ask or answer question why, then the first thing is because my 8-year-old son knows that Ukrainian soldiers are the best in the world, and if I don't believe him, who else has to believe him? And also, Ukraine has 11 years. Just imagine 11 years. My son is 8, but Ukraine has done it 11 years. And they have this experience, and they have this experience with Europe's most brutal enemy, and we don't take their wishes and recommendations seriously. Then I don't know, my 3 kids will be the next ones who will be in the front line, defending themselves and me. And I have been actually in the front line here. I'm not sure most of they here sitting have been there. It's awful. You don't want it to be in Europe. So yeah, we can't lead Europe today without Ukraine. We have to do it together with their experience. Yeah, and maybe the last point I have is that EU is by the definition is a collective leadership, but in security issues, it's clear that big countries and bigger armed forces should step up, and I think a little bit we are seeing that already, hopefully, and I hope it's going to be that way more and more and more. And also, I have some hopes in the new Chancellor of Germany as well. I hope that will be good for the Europe and also for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for this emotional and important remarks. That I fully share. And now my question goes to Ambassador Frederick Lloydquist, who is, by the way, the director of the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies. And here I have the question which also reflects what we see these days in Moscow. In Moscow, we see the gathering of a new alliance, a new old alliance led by China. They declare that they are going to be friends of steel and actually sending this wartime message to, first of all, to Eastern Europe. So this is an extremely difficult pressure which is imposed on Eastern Europe. How would you assess this situation in Eastern Europe today strategically from the point of view of your institution?
Thank you. First of all, I'm not quite sure we all I think we all operate with different understandings of what Eastern Europe is, and for me, Poland is Central Europe, and that's
100%. This is the prominent signature feature of Eastern Europe. Yes. Everyone understands something else.
Yes, I will get to your question, but I will just like to pick up where Sławomir started the discussion, namely that Ukraine is and must be seen as a chance for Europe. And I would be amiss also with having Adam Michnik here in the audience to refer to my personal history. I'm a little bit older than Luisa, so my first political awakening in 1981 was that I bought this badge. Probably you can't see it, but it's a Solidarność badge. Mm-hmm. And I think this was also an important, beginning of the 80s, I think this was also an important awakening in Sweden, and there was a strong support for Poland. I started my diplomatic career in 1994 with working with Swedish support to the Baltic states and in the Baltic states. And that had a huge transformative effect on Northern Europe and Eastern Europe. And I think we are now, with Ukraine, at the same sort of transformative moment in Europe's history. And as a previous Swedish Prime Minister and Foreign Minister said, either we will be able to stabilize Europe eastwards, that is to include Ukraine, or we will be destabilized from the east. There is no stable equilibrium, any status quo ante, which we can return to. So I think there's a growing realization, and not least in my part of the world, the Nordic-Baltic region, what's at stake, because the real question here is what will be the consequences for the whole European project, not only Eastern Europe, but the whole European project and the EU, if we allow Putin to draw the conclusion that the most large-scale and brutal military aggression in Europe since the Second World War, combined with nuclear blackmail, is a successful tool to achieve their aims. And I think it's important that, and we've heard also from Western European politicians admitting since 2022 that they have been wrong and we should have listened more to the eastern part of the European Union, so to say, which was underlined here by Luisa. We were aware of this threat, and I think also in the Nordic countries we have a long understanding of Russia as an existential threat. I think the danger now, I mean, you can pile up a lot of threats and, China, Russia and so forth. The real danger here now is that we in Europe and in Eastern Europe don't feel that we have a sense of agency, that we become sort of defeatist or fatalist in our worldview. And I think Europe is much stronger than we believe. This is not really a question of resources, it's a question of resolve. Europe has so far mobilized since 2022, give or take, around 150 billion euros for support to Ukraine, which may sound like a lot. It's not. Put this in comparison to the post-COVID subsidies that the EU were able to mobilize to the tune of 800 billion euros. So this is not a question of resources. We have the resources. And I think we need countries in what you maybe call Eastern Europe, and I think in Northern Europe, where I come from, and the Nordic-Baltic region, we can lead by example, we can lead by the right analysis, framing the question, asking what's at stake. Nordic-Baltic countries are, interestingly, if you put them together, we are the second biggest supporter of military support to Ukraine in absolute terms after United States. And I think 7 of the 7 biggest donors per capita to Ukraine, they all come from the Nordic-Baltic-Polish region. So I think, of course, the German economy, French economy, and British economy and so forth are much bigger, and they need to mobilize. But we can show by sort of setting the example, and the Swedish Prime Minister called together a summit late last autumn with the Nordic, Baltic, and Polish leaders. So I don't think we should be too dazzled or too paralyzed or caught like the deer in the headlight of China and Russia and so forth. And as Luisa said, this war, Russia is not invincible. This is the narrative that Russia tries to put in the minds of our politicians in our public debates right now, that Russia is invincible.
That's true.
And that Ukraine, Ukraine doesn't have the resources, Ukraine don't have the agency. Ukraine have shown over the 3 years, or almost 3.5 years, to resist militarily this fantastic military monster of Russia, right? Against all odds. So I think we need to put things in proportions, and we all have agency. Europe has agency, Eastern Europe has agency, and Ukraine has agency.
Absolutely right. Your Excellency, this is completely true. Russia is far from being invincible. No one actually admits that, the fact that they cannot be defeated. But nevertheless, so far, we have experienced very painful defeats in Georgia, in Belarus. Does it mean that there is no any kind of coherent thinking in Brussels and key European capitals regarding the Eastern Europe? Since the very fact that there is no Georgia among us today, there is no Belarus among us today, means that there is no clear-cut European strategy with regard to these countries.
You can always say, that you would want to have more political leadership, more strategic vision and so forth, but I think we are slowly moving in the right direction. Have we fully internalized, have we fully operationalized the Zeitenwende? No, of course not. But I think actually also Mr. Trump has contributed to this increasing realization, and you see this series of summits, and also Keir Starmer in the UK is coming back. Europe is not anymore only EU, so to say, and also a country like Norway is contributing. Of course, we could do more, but I think again we are getting there, and the realization that we all collectively have to take a greater responsibility for Europe. And I think the realization also, in the best case scenario we will have is a new Cold War. The question is, where will that Iron Curtain go? And I think many want this to go east of Ukraine, so to say. We can, but we are not. I don't think European politicians can be put responsible for, for Lukashenko or what's going in Belarus and so forth. Of course, we could have done more, and we could have a more strategic, better understanding. And it starts with understanding, as I said, what really at stake. And what are the opportunity costs? What is the alternative? Namely, if Russia is allowed to harvest fruits of its aggression, and that still is lacking in the public debate, and it's not sufficiently explained to voters, to the electorate by leaders.
I thank you very much. And now I turn to Ambassador Jones. And here comes the United States. And President Trump is dealing with his best buddies like Prime Minister Orban and others. Would you be so kind to explain the reason why Washington prefers to deal with this type of politician in Eastern Europe rather than with others? And what are, in your opinion, are the priorities of new American administrations regarding Eastern Europe? You're welcome.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be with European colleagues on this particular panel at this extraordinary moment where Chancellor Merz has just visited Warsaw, is coming here. There's a treaty to be signed between Warsaw and Paris on defense. Very dynamic moment. I will bring a couple of perspectives based on my time serving as U.S. ambassador to Poland, which was from 2015, 1 year after the 2014 invasion, through 2018, so encompassed the end of the Obama administration and the beginning of the Trump administration. And my conclusion from that, and I'll get to your question sort of more specifically in a moment, but my conclusion from that is that Poland has a particular role and responsibility, not only in what it's doing now, strengthening the Weimar Triangle, supporting Ukraine, but also in playing a role in communicating and representing the threat to the eastern flank of NATO, to Ukraine, to Washington. And I think this is a particular responsibility of Poland because the relationship with Poland and the United States is really quite unique. Poland appeals across the political spectrum in the United States, including our most conservative side of our political spectrum, and it's based on an image, originated in Solidarność, right, of Poland's commitment to freedom, its commitment to the United States, which dates back to the War of Independence that the United States fought, together with some very important Polish leaders, and to Poland's commitment to Europe and about 10 million Polish Americans in the United States, which are not an insignificant group of voters. And I think at this moment, to your question, we're in a malleable moment for this Trump administration. While some disturbing messages have been said by officials, the approach of this administration to this part of Europe is not determined. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there in helping shape it. And to illustrate that, I would scroll back to the similar time in the first Trump administration. In February of 2017, President Trump visited NATO and had a visit that really didn't fulfill the expectations of NATO or those supporters of NATO because he wasn't able to articulate support for Article 5 in particular. Just after that visit, I and a number of others in the administration at the time recommended that he come to Poland as soon as possible, because for President Trump, context is hugely important. And in front of a very pro-American, enthusiastic crowd, he had no trouble articulating and supporting Article 5 and criticizing Russia quite publicly and clearly. That speech that he gave there, well, our embassy helped select the location, which was at the Warsaw Uprising Monument, but the speech that he gave was written by and under the supervision of very conservative speechwriters in Washington, and it appealed across the board in Poland because it told a very important historical story of a quest for freedom. And then we also suggested that the Polish government convene heads of state from the eastern flank of NATO in the context at that time of the Three Seas Initiative, and each of them, around a round table, had the opportunity to explain to President Trump, as each of them did, what it was like living in the neighborhood of Vladimir Putin's Russia. And I think that had impact. So I think there are opportunities here, and I think, as I say, Poland has a particular role to play in conveying this to Washington. And the great thing that I found about the relationship between the United States and Poland is that it sort of transcends politics in the United States. Sure, there's some ideological navigation to be done, and given given in the previous government led by Law and Justice, in the current government led by Prime Minister Tusk, and in the presidential elections. But soon the presidential elections will be completed in Poland. And I think at that point, I hope there's an ability to help bring America on board with the perceptions that we hear from our colleagues here today.
Excellency, thank you very much for these remarks. They are really important. It's an important input in what we've been thinking here regarding Eastern Europe. And now, as we approach the end of the panel, I would like to start a round of my final brief questions to each of you. And I will start with my question to Mykola Kняжицький.
Mykola, the moral right of Ukraine is felt by all peoples of the world, and it should translate into the profound, wise policies that would be implemented in Eastern Europe and in larger Europe. Do we have the intellectual potential for that, to develop and implement this policy? So if yes, how will we be taking advantage of the moral benefits or moral advantage that Ukrainian men and women at the front line can demonstrate to the world? First of all, I think we have to be token of democracy and example to all or be a role model to other societies in Eastern Europe. When we substantiate the need for supporting us by saying that it is essential for the security of Europe and for global security, and we are the front line whereby authoritarian countries are attacking democratic countries, trying to destroy democracy. So we ourselves should be the true democracy. We are already an example of resilience and of bravery of our armed forces. But our powers that be, our society should be an example of true democracy. And our foreign policy should be, first of all, absolutely pro-European. And we should do our best to become the EU member state as fast as possible. And we should do also our best in order to support defensive European structures, and we can play a role there. And we should preserve our Euro-Atlantic cooperation and to contribute to the improvement of the US-EU relations. That will be the only way for us to survive, of course, with the help of the armed forces of Ukraine.
Do you believe in potential of strong unity within Eastern Europe, between Kyiv and Warsaw, between our capitals, and in our ability to overcome any kind of local selfishness in order to bring some new moral energy into the affairs within Europe? Such a difficult question, and please give an answer in 1 minute.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Well, Zelensky said once, this would be my emotional answer, at the beginning of the war about Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania. I hope also about Belarusian free people. I still remember about them. I was during all the protests, and I think we also have to keep them in mind still, that we are one country. Like, одна страна. Страна and country is a little bit different, but like one...
I don't understand you.
in a sense that like we have to behave in foreign policy as one country. Okay?
Like Commonwealth.
Not even a Commonwealth. I'm not talking about history. History should be left to historians, which unfortunately not all Polish politicians remember it like this. Well, impossible, but if not, then we all be victims of history, not only Russia. So to finish it, I mean, I can repeat now Tusk's words that we cannot expect that 500 million Europeans will want 350 million of Americans to oppose 140 million Russians. I mean,
plus 1 billion of Chinese.
Well, I mean, Chinese are still not there, and we'll see who's gonna cheat who. I mean, she and Putin. So I agree with Mikola, with Mr. Ambassador as well, and of course you that we, you know, if Kaczynski integrated Polish democratic opposition, Putin integrated us if we were not able to do it by ourselves. So like it or not, if you're Polish, you have no other choice than to support Ukraine.
Thank you, Slava.
Or you are an idiot. I mean.
Let me invite Luisa to have her concluding remark. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. I think if we are talking about a little bit the US and collective West, the problem is that collective West sometimes has a trend to underestimate itself and overestimate Russia. That's something we should change. And Ukraine has been able to defend itself from Russia for years with some, but not full help, I have to say. What is our justification as EU? More than 10 times the population of Ukraine, that we need to be a bit afraid of Russia? I don't know. We should stick together and do something and do more to victory. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава, дякую. Your Excellency, Frederick, you're welcome.
Thank you. I think sometimes we speak too much. We are too good in Ukraine and the European Union maybe to speak about our own weaknesses. And we should speak more about our own strengths. And we speak far, far too little about Russia's weaknesses. They are the weak one. And I think, again, as I said in the beginning, I think this is a moment of destiny for Europe's future, and that future will be decided in Ukraine and how much we can support Ukraine. There is no going back to any kind of status quo ante. So either, and that's, I'm optimistic that this could be like Poland was in the 80s, like the Baltic states, Central Eastern Europe was in the 90s. Ukraine is the potential moment for renaissance for the whole European project right now. If we don't succeed in that and we allow Putin to succeed, that's a much, much bleaker picture, not only from Ukraine, but for all of us in the rest of Europe. So therefore, our fates are intimately connected, and you can't separate them.
Thank you. Ambassador Jones.
Just briefly, to your earlier question, I wouldn't be confused too much by some of the political rhetoric coming out of Washington. But to the point here, I think, to what I was suggesting yesterday, the more we can explain Ukraine, not only as, obviously, we all care about, as important in and of itself, but as an asset to the West, as an asset to the United States, the better we'll do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Breza.
We will support Ukraine even more strongly, and I'm sure that Putin will lose, just like Hitler lost, and just like Soviet Union collapsed. And it will be the same way. Putin would also lose and collapse. It's only a question of time.
Amen.
Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. I do thank you. Please pass our best regards, and on behalf of the KU Security, to all your nations, to Poland, to Sweden, to Estonia, to the United States, for everything you did, which is of highest price and value for Ukraine. The difficult truth is that Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, would not survive without our friends. But another part of that truth is that if we fail, you will never survive. And it means that we have to prevail. We have to prevail because there is no other option how to move forward, how to live in the 21st and other centuries before us. We have to destroy this damned evil, which is Russia way of doing things, led by war criminal Putin. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Дуже дякуємо, і в нас перерва.
Thank you very much. And now we break off for coffee.